Hi, evening. Um, I was told from two streams ago, and then subsequently a few times after I finished that stream, that there was a person that I needed to watch. That people felt were pretty good. So I wanted to make an Enfield video, but I thought I maybe don't make an Enfield video until I seen this video for myself. So what I plan to do is I'm going to watch this supposed review that a good number of people said they think is really good and comprehensive. So, yeah, we shall see all together. So, hi, evening. Chat's gone. You know why chat's gone? Because I was filming a video just now. Chat's here now. Wow, it's all YouTube. You know what that means? Twitch doesn't exist. Boom. YouTube, you win for the first time. Imagine. Oh shit, Twitch exists. Insane. Did I see the US Star store tariff price? I did. I saw $100 price tag. It was like something along the line of 38% tariff, but then if the 38% tariff was less than the flat price they gave, they would put it at the flat price, and then the flat price was freaking $100. I don't know if there's a tweet for that. I can't find like a relevant tweet. Okay, so those of you who are non-Americans, which I would imagine a lot of you here are non-Americans, okay, because it's 10 p.m. Over in America, it's probably in the morning right now. The tariff, so the US store reopened in Yostar, okay? So they're allowing people to purchase items now from the Yostar store. But when you buy an item, no matter what's the price of that item, it is $100 tariff. This also means that if they start selling, like for example, the EN, the English law book that all of us have been saying we're waiting for, the law book selling at $100, like you're gonna pay what might be $80, $100 for the book, and then you have to pay double because it's not to any product, it's to a freaking tariff. Here's the thing though, it's kind of not Yostar's fault. Okay, so the reason why it's at $100, in my opinion, okay, some people might say, whoa, that's way too much, that's not justified. But I don't think it's Yostar's fault. The reason why it's stacked at 100 is very likely because depending on the number of people in the US who actually purchases the item, if let's say you are like, because they have to send it to multiple houses in US, right? So when one person buys, the thing is they're only catering the delivery to that person. But there might be tons of other people that's buying as well, but they're not from the same state. So the tariff is basically tagged to an individual. Do you get what I mean? There's no mass purchases for each delivery. If let's say 100 people were to buy and they were all from the same state and they arrange some kind of delivery somehow that they say, hey, I want all our items to be shipped in the same boat, in the same plane, right? There's a chance that all those items can be tagged to a singular tariff so that everybody enjoys it. But since everybody are individualized and Yostar doesn't have a system as to how they can help everybody to, mass purchase together, the only way that they could solve it was to just slap it on every single person who purchased it, which is why everyone is now individually paying $100 tariff. The thing is, the $100 tariff, there is a certain extent of truth to say that Yostar does not earn anything. Okay? I cannot tell you if Yostar has any earnings or not. Okay? But as long as they are not inflating the numbers in any sense, in truth, Yostar does not earn from that $100 payment that you guys are doing. That $100 that you see does need to go somewhere, right? Because you paid the money. They got it. But if they're not getting it, then someone else got to get it, right? So those $100 are going to the orange man. Yes, our favorite, the American government. They take our cash. Woohoo! Tariffs, man. I support the tariffs. Tariffs are the best. Makes sense. Bro, if I was the government, this is the best policy I've ever done. It makes perfect sense. I get more money. And you know what? I don't take money from our overseas people. Homegrown money. That's what I can tell everybody, right? You're going to see Trump bragging in the next year ahead, telling everyone tariffs are the best policy ever. With tariffs, we've earned $1 billion. $1 billion. Could you imagine that? You know where those $1 billion come from? Our own hardworking citizens. That's right, baby. Our hardworking citizens are making our country great again. Woohoo! So enjoy the $100 tariffs. What a way to start the stream, right? A crash out on tariffs. I'm not even American. That's the sweetest way for us to go about it. But yeah, I want to watch a review that a good number of you mentioned. I believe his name is called Fly K. He's not an English content creator. He's a CN content creator, and apparently kind of established and kind of well known. And he's well known not for his status or like his following. He's well known for his addiction to make in-depth game reviews. So he did it for Endfield, and his dedication to Endfield is such that he's apparently done 2 parts, but he's now writing his 3rd. Which I heard that both parts that have already been uploaded are 1 hour each, which is very freaking long. But because so many people have highlighted that they feel that his review is very good, I will give him the time. Okay, I'm willing to sit here on stream and watch what he's going to do. I won't watch the original because I think some of you appreciate the translation. So I'll watch the person who translated the video itself. But of course, I will try to understand from him speaking Chinese. Because imagine this, okay, if I watch the 1 hour Chinese version, and every step of the way, everyone's gonna be like, yes, I understand. Wakarimasu. Yes, understood. What is understood in Malay? Bahasa Melayu tak tahu. I do not know. But you get what I mean, you know? Everyone's gonna act like as if you actually understand what the video's talking about. And therefore, it is why I am going to watch with the subtitles. Okay? So we'll watch that. Alright. I'm gonna let people have a slight bit of time to enter the stream, and then we'll watch together. As always, I always like do a little bit of mentoring. We will have 2 videos in the next few days. I'm doing a see you soon viewer pool. Sorry, not viewer pool, but event video. For those of you requesting viewer pools, I haven't put the date yet, but I will most likely be opening the viewer pools tomorrow. I'll put the timestamp. It will either be at reset time or a little bit after. I don't imagine there's a lot of you asking me for viewer pools. In fact, I'm only expecting like 20 people or 30 people asking me for viewer pools. I don't think it'll be many because I don't think so many of you are that interested in Intellesia. Alright. I'll be shocked if it's under 20, but I think it will be just at 20. So yeah. I will also be opening viewer pools for Assassin's Creed. So if you all have not heard from like my reverse streams and whatnot, I'm back to reverse. I want to actually look at how they do a collab because I think they will do well. You never hear me go saying like, oh guys, HSR got Fate collab. I'm gonna play HSR. Must be a really, really good thing. You know, HSR, big budget, big company, Hoyoverse. Yeah, I gotta play that event. You know, you don't hear me go saying that. That's just cause I don't think anything is gonna happen if I were to play that collab. But I think Reverse will do a good job with their collab because I've read their stories, I've seen how they produce stuff, I've seen how they've done mechanics and whatnot, and I want to witness it. I want to see if their Assassin's Creed collab is absolute cinema. If you don't play Reverse, you can actually play Reverse for yourself simply because the thing is getting those characters, being Ezio, Cassandra, and the other the free unit Alexios. Only for those of you who play Assassin's Creed, you'll feel familiar. Even if you don't, it's kind of cool. The collab characters are really easy to get. Like I just filmed my video, so I will actually be filming an event overview for Reverse. And I went to calculate the free pools and whatnot, and I'm actually deeply impressed because literally anyone who just joined or anyone who's coming back to the game can get those characters super easily. I didn't think they'll do it because, like, you know, it's a collab event, right? It's the time to earn money. But apparently that's not what they want to do. They're not going to earn money from Gacha. They're just going to earn money from people buying packs or buying the characters. So I'm just a little impressed that that's what they've gone for as the marketing strategy. Yeah, they're selling skins and packs, basically. That's where the money's going to come from. But literally everyone's going to get the on-banner unit. So you can join in. And I think it's the best units also. I do find, because those of you who play HSR, you're playing a turn-based game, right? I find it very impressive that Reverse is also a turn-based game, but I've seen more innovation in Reverse's kit than I do in HSR's kit. Like genuinely, the collab characters are possibly 10 times more fun than the HSR characters now that I've reviewed their kit. So yeah, really that's what it's going to be. Turn-based game? HSR is not a turn-based game? Ah, I get what you mean. HSR is an AFK game. Right. I remember now, that was the tag for their game. Saw that like a while ago. How about AK collabs? Do they do AK collabs well? Of course. AK and Reverse, I think, are both the games that do collabs super well. They really care about trying to keep to the theme of the game that they choose to collab with, or like the anime, whatever that they choose to do. So yeah, both are wonderful in the aspect. I know PGR is having DMC collab right now, right? I do wonder how they did it because I think their featured unit is Dante, but I won't be trying that out. Anyways, I don't play PGR at all. I don't quite enjoy PGR gameplay. So yeah. It's cool though that they managed to collab with DMC. You know what's the true collab that I want now? Because some of you saw the rumors, or not say it's not a rumor. You just saw like a tweet on your AK Twitter or Facebook timeline that the producer for Danganronpa or Last Line the what the hell is it called? The Last 100. You know, something Last Line Academy. I can't remember. I must have scrambled every single word for that. But he made Danganronpa. You guys know that I love Danganronpa. And he was talking about how he actually wished to collab with AK. I would. Bro, I'm a fucking Danganronpa lover. Okay? Have you seen my bag? I showed your taunts on my bag last time. Have you seen this? This is my favorite DGRP. Yes. I need her. Her name is Ibuki. Learn that name. It's literally my... there's a Danganronpa character that is literally my Discord profile for like the past 2 years. So if that happens, I'll be very happy. Okay, if they can give me DGRP characters. But I don't think it will be though. I think he would have tried for like the 100 line defense as the collab. Which is fine, because I like Danganronpa's art style anyways. So if I can see that in AK, I'll be quite happy. You know? Or like, if I can see AK skins drawn in DGRP art style, I will also be very happy. Right? So, yeah. Limbus Company and Arknights collab, but it's one-sided. You see? So, I don't think AK changed their mind at all. If they did, they would have announced in the previous live stream. But Limbus Company is not... like, we're not going to see Limbus Company in AK at all. They didn't even say a pack, a skin, and whatnot. It's just nothing. The only people that's receiving something is going to be with Limbus themselves. Which is called a one-sided collab, basically. It's the same as how AK did it with Delta Force, right? So you all heard that there was the Delta Force collab, which has the skins for Schwartz, Executor, with Sidel, and we didn't get anything in our game, you know. So yeah, I think it will be still nice that they are doing it. So yeah, okay. Also, well, you all wait for my upcoming videos and whatnot. I will be bringing back Operator Showcase. I think I mentioned this. Did I mention this to a YouTube stream? I probably did. I feel like I vaguely said so. That I told you guys I didn't know what I wanted to do with my channel, like my main channel. And the idea that I might be doing a side channel. I did this on my graduation day. When I did a graduation stream. And I told you guys what are some of my plans coming into YouTube. So I'm bringing back Operator Showcase full force. Okay? But I'm going to tell you guys how I'm going to do the Operator Showcase videos. Because it does have some relations to watching my stream, actually. So, you all know, if you have never seen my own videos that I've done, so Operator Showcase is something I did here and there last year, but in truth, I haven't quite updated it at all. Because you can say I have the whole blank sheet for the whole past year, but it is a proper series that I tried to make. It's similar to Arkpedia, and how Arkpedia is not like a fully complete series yet. But if we take a look at this, right, there's the playlist and there's this that I made. I know my last Operator Showcase that I put in the playlist is a little controversial because people really don't like that I call Chongyue the best brawler. But I think if you understand where I'm coming from when I say best in terms of like damage, there is a big way to say that Chongyue is better than Mountain, but Mountain is definitely the more survivalist brawler and the easier one to use as compared to Chungus. So I can understand the debate. But of course, this is something that people take offense. But nonetheless, though, you can see that I've done a lot of these operator showcases within, like, you know, my time. But I haven't done it in a while. So what will happen is we're gonna see more of it in due time. But if you see the way that I film those videos, like if you've never watched, you can go ahead and watch and see how I did it in the past. But I don't do it like a, oh, let me tell you who's the best, who's the worst, and whatnot. Pause please. Yeah. Instead, I will play through stages, right? I will show you how those skills work. I will teach you how to use the units as far as possible. Like, my concern is never so much about tier listing or ranking them, but instead, really, like, if this is a character you want to use, I will slowly teach you that process. So, nowadays, I feel the difference between last time's version of, say, how we use units to now, a few differences. One, we have modules in the game, right? And modules are becoming a lot more popular. So it's to the point that I can't quite discuss about a unit without discussing about their module. Like, I can do a version for like people who don't have the ability to get their module just yet. But like in the case of, let's say, Mostima, right? Oh, chat's not shown. Chat, wanna say hi? Oh, hi. That's you. Okay. In the case of like Mostima with and without module is super different. Agree? Right? Like, Mostima literally has global slow that you don't see in other people. You can say that for Exia as well. Right? Like Exia's newest module, where she can ignore defense of people, literally functions differently from the regular Exia. And likewise, if you say in terms of Silver Ash, where now Silver Ash can cast arts damage, or how Taunts can cast Necrosis, I believe, right? So there's a lot of different kits. So modules is making it super different as to how you experience a lot of the units in the game. And I think I cannot discuss without talking about what the modules can do, especially those with the Delta ones. Alright? So I need to find a way to be able to showcase them within like the stages themselves. That's one. The second thing is, it's not just the modules in the normal content, but unfortunately, there are some people with modules in IS, right? Like Rosmontis IS and non-IS is two different people. Angelina in IS and non-IS are also two different people. It is very crazy because you're talking about someone who spawns shields, someone who can freely levitate people. You're speaking of Dusk, who has the whole freeling spam that can occur, right? And just tons of other people. Thanks, CDXVA.
The module situation in
and IS Phantom. IS Phantom is also super different. So I need to take note of this. So this is what I'm gonna do in the future of how I film. Because honestly, when I film operator showcases, it takes a lot of time. I need to experiment the units. I need to truly understand how they might actually work. So what I'm gonna do is, you know how I believe you guys have seen Shield, right? One way or another, SCIEL, because you know that he's a blatant IS addict. Okay, and let me just, I'm not here to dethrone him, all right? But you need to know there's another IS addict in the house. Okay, I just don't show it. Okay, like I don't stream, but literally my life outside of streaming is too filled with IS. We're not speaking like low end. Alright, this man's trying to play Ascension 15 every single freaking day. This is my cave. This is my dungeon. Alright. So I can't beat him. I have to give up my job and my lives. Yeah, true. I maybe have more of a life than him, so I still go out. No, I've not done ending 5 yet. Right? D15 or D15, because I did it when D18 wasn't around. But even if it's not D18, to do it every single time is annoying. Don't you agree? Who cares if this was D12, D9, D6? It still takes up stupid amount of times to do this. So this is what I'm gonna mention. Oh shit, I'm not here and chat's not here. So here's the thing. In the future, I'm gonna try to kill 3, 4 birds with 1 stone. I don't even know. Count the birds for me. Alright? But I will try to stream a little bit more, whether is it IS and whatnot. But I'm gonna change a bit of the objective of how I stream. Okay, I'm not gonna like ending chase and whatnot. I'll ending chase for the endings that I haven't gotten, for sure, because I haven't done, for example, I haven't done ending 5 for here, right? But when I'm trying to make my operator showcases, I feel personally that some of the footage I want to get will come from IS. So what I mean to say is that while I am streaming, if there is a character that I have been planning to showcase for, you know, a video, I can basically be on one hand streaming to you guys, and then later on I'm just telling you guys, hold on, chat, next stage I want to film. Do you understand what I mean? So I'm going to do my filming while I'm streaming for the characters that will become a video. So I can, because I think the good relevance to this is a lot of you are also playing IS. So I can then show off to you guys how I would use that character specifically in IS. And teach you like what are the secret tricks that I would do for that character. So these are good stuff, basically. So on one hand, you see me more online. If you need someone to fill you with some AK entertainment, I'll be here and you can watch me stream. And then on the other, you're gonna get some good videos in the future. Right? It's all together, all wrapped up. So this is my way of saying Operator Showcase will be back. Arpedia will be back in a sense as well. Tips and trick for every IS, I would do that as well. I won't stick to one IS when filming the video. I will try to see what are the important footage that I want to show for whatsoever character. But I need to make like my list of people. The thing is, I made a goal before. It's a very daring goal, but I feel like revisiting that goal again. I said this in 2023, and I guess I'm going to say this again in 2025. I did say that I wish for my own channel to showcase every single character at least once. Which we have like 400 units in the game. It's less serious about showing every single character that Arknights has, but I will try. Okay? I will attempt to actually show every character. Because I think people will enjoy that. So yeah. Your wife and you watch me since my NS time? That's crazy. Thank you. Thank you for watching since my very, very early days. I know a lot of people did. A lot of people who play Arknights and you play Arknights still now, you've been watching me since 2020 and 2021. Oh, I have a nice story to share with you. I have a very, very sweet story to share with you guys. And then I will start watching the video. I met my old friend yesterday. He might be watching the stream now, so he's gonna blush if he hears that I'm talking about him. But I met my friends who motivated me to stream yesterday. So I haven't seen them for like 3 years actually, but it was really nice and sweet that we got to talk. And then I spent the night to talk about how my own life has been, to like guide them and sorry, not to guide them, but to like go through my life and just to tell them about what was the good and the bad stuff that happened for me in those past years. And then I actually made sure to, I don't think I could say enough honestly yesterday, but I kept thanking them. You know, it's not one friend. It was 2 friends of mine that motivated me to stream. So the thing is, the story of how I started streaming, or how I even am here, is that back in COVID 2020, it was a time when a lot of us didn't have anything to do. So within the friends of ours, it was a trio, basically. I had just one friend who suddenly eagerly told me, hey, you got a new computer, which is the one I'm using right now. And he told me, since you have this computer, why don't you do something good with it? And he told me to stream. So angrily, I told him, nah, why would I stream? What do you see of me to like be someone who will be on camera and whatnot? You know? But they said, you know what? No, it's fine. Let's just do it together. You know? And then I was thinking at that time, I was just like, fine, if they want to do it, I'll just do it with them. Okay? So it was three of us who were streaming all together at that point in time. This was when I wasn't even streaming AK, but they were the ones who helped me take the first step to stream. And I think one of the things I just told them yesterday is if they didn't start it off for me, I don't know where my life would have been. You know, I genuinely don't know what trajectory would I have been thrown to, right? Maybe I will be working in a bank right now and establishing myself in a real good job. But yet here I am. I'm saying, no, it's fine to not earn all that much money. It's fine for me to just sit here in front of the computer, making videos about games that I want and telling people all my dumb stories. You know, but I take that. I think I enjoyed a lot of that within my time as a university student and even till now. So yeah, I met my friends yesterday, really, and I was really heartened when I met them because one of them told me that if it weren't for me, he might not have that creative side of him. So he doesn't stream anymore, but he has a lot of projects and things that he participates in. And he was mentioning to me how somehow whenever he's thinking of ideas, he would bring up my name. And I was like, but I haven't seen you for years. Why are you telling people about why are you telling people about me? When I haven't seen you for so long. You know? And I thought it was just crazy that he told me that yesterday. And I had another friend who told me that if it weren't for me, I wouldn't have find him his current close group of friends. Because you guys, those of you who watched me from early days will know that I played VR chat because I love VR chat, and I played with my friend for a period of time. And I dragged him. I said, "Come, play this game. It's fun. You can socialize with people. You can meet some random people, and they might be crazy and all, but you won't know. They could be great friends." And he did. He did. He wandered off and found some people himself. And he told me they're still friends today. So he was telling me that they even though he's Singaporean, but the friends he made were from Malaysia. And they don't play VR chat anymore, but they now create their own Discord group. And they hang around and they play games. They even meet each other. They will travel to each other's country and they'll hang out. And I think that's really, really nice that I'm able to provide that for them, you know, for the past years. But I think I still brought it back to me where it's like there's a lot of people in my life that I think influence me in very small ways. But without you guys, I don't know. I don't think there's a need to know what would happen if it didn't happen. I'm just grateful that it did happen. You know. Kings, you're watching my stream, right? King Z. I mean, we're friends, IRL, but if you're watching my stream, I want to let you know something. If you're in the stream, and even if you're not, too bad. Do you know that your Amiya poster is still hanging in my house? You see it? So I wanted to get rid of it, but my mom said, no, we shouldn't get rid of it. Whatever that people give you, let's just keep it. Because my concern wasn't that I didn't want to keep it. My concern was more so that um it might be dirty after a few years, right? But then to her, she's like, no, it's all black. So like you can't really see anything if it was dirty or not. And so I decided, fine, I'll keep it there. And she just made space. Yeah, you thought I took it down, right? I didn't. I didn't take it down. It's just over there. But you were one of the first few people that I met in my early days of streaming. And I think that influenced me a lot. You know, that it made me feel a bit more special about how I stream. To meet the first like Singaporean and whatnot, it's a very cool feeling. And then I think um there's also the first person who motivated me to do YouTube as well, which is like Riprin. Because I remember before I started YouTube, I was asking around whether it was a good idea, and Riprin was one of the first few people who told me go and make some YouTube videos and more people will watch you. Because I really want more people to be watching my stream, you know, at that point in time. And I'm glad that that first step happened. and I get to be where I am. Without it, who knows? Tons of you might not even know me, right? Most of you will probably have came into my stream simply because you watched the YouTube video. You thought, damn, this guy kind of stupid. Or you just thought like, this guy's maybe a little kind of funny, this guy might be interesting, and then you stepped in, and here you are now to be able to watch me. So I'm very grateful for all these sort of things that happen. This is what I mean by I have a sweet story to tell you guys. That like it's been a long way from where I am to now. And I still do hope to bring that sort of feeling and vibe that I've given to you all in the early days of AK till now. It's very different. 2025 YouTubing Twitch is vastly different from 2022, 2021. But I still think the famous Undertale line. Is it Undertale? It should be Undertale. Despite everything, it's still you. Yeah, we're gonna use it here. Despite everything, it's still me. So yeah. So yes, we should meet IRL. I will always try to arrange. I will try to arrange for ways to meet people or to be participating in people. Well, I'm going for the Cup Sleeve
We've
event.
come this far.
This AK Cup Sleeve event in September. It could be a way to meet me at that point in time. So yeah. We thought it'd be some drama. Why is this also emotional? We can always do a cry together stream in the future. Why not? Why not? You can all tell me sweet stories all together at some point. Also, I told this to my friends yesterday. Here's the last story that I'll mention. Most of the people in this story are probably not watching me anymore. All right. And I'll tell you the very core reason why. In 2023 or 2022, I once faced the worst Discord drama that I could have ever encountered. And I think that was an incident that affected me to the core. I shared this to my friends yesterday, and it still feels like I'm feeling repercussions of it. The context of it is that I unfortunately had people who misbehaved in my Discord server at that point in time, and they were not saying good things towards each other, and I stepped in and tried to curb them. But as a result, a lot of people, I made a mistake and I joined the public call to try to curb the issue. But I let my emotions kind of get in the way. You guys know, right? Like if you guys were in the Tobo stream, which was like 2 days ago when we were talking about Endfield, you guys can see how angry I get about a situation. Yes? You guys can see I can get heated. You guys can see I can get harsh. So I think that vibe is very similar to what happened in the Discord call, where I was just upset at someone, right? And unfortunately, I said some really mean things to the point that there were members in my server who were very unhappy with me. I said some really nasty things about certain members. So they left the server and they stopped watching me as well. So I think I had a lot of regrets from that situation. It affected me so hard that I was like, am I in the wrong? Did I say something so bad? And it turns out that a lot of the people who, oh goodness me. No, don't say thank me for everything. Oh, help me. No. I am just a simple man. Thank you, even though I don't know who you are somehow. The thing is, there's a big amount. I don't know why you never tell me who you are. Thank you really to whoever it is. You have fed me. Chicken rice nowadays more expensive. You have fed me 10 chicken rice. Thank you very much. I think about the situation very often, and I don't think any apology can help me to rectify those people. Unfortunately, those people have left my server, and from what I understand, they created like their own Discord group as well, like a clique, basically. And the funny thing is, I think altogether, those crew of people who dislike me, they still think that I'm probably like a really nasty person. I can't change that image for them. I probably still look like someone who's, I think the view that they have is like, oh, Cookie's not as sincere or as like good as what people picture, you know. In truth, right, Cookie's like the devil. Ooh, he's out there to get everybody. He's out there to make sure that everybody feels like shit as they are, type of thing, you know. And I think I can't change anything about how they view, if that's how they see of me. If they think it's true, so be it. If they don't think it's true at some point, I'm also whatever. If they come back and say hi to me again. Oh, the funny also one last situation. The funny thing about it is that these people are, a lot of them are Singaporeans and Malaysians. So it's also funny to see that my local people dislike me. But there's a thing that I feel glad about, nonetheless, despite all this that happened. I was sad for a very long time. But nowadays, when I look back at it, I told my friends the biggest reason why I stream and the biggest reason why I even make YouTube videos is, if when you are someone on social media, you can do tons of things, right? You have the power to influence people. I say this countless of times before. You can try to be famous. You can tell people to go eat Tide Pods, right? You can tell people to like a game. You can tell people to hate a game. You can do anything in the world when more and more people know you and whatnot. But I think my own goal and my own vision has always been the same from the time I started streaming till now, and I would never change it. Which is, if I can make even, there's two things actually I would say. One, if I can make you happy while you watch my stream, that's more than enough to me. You know. Two, if I can make you meet another person who can become a friend of yours, I have achieved everything. In my eyes. I there's a way for me to say I don't care what the means are, but if somehow through me, I allowed you to make a friend, I allowed you to know someone else, I am more than glad that I've done that. Because I think that's the joy of every day, I would say. Right? If you can meet someone that matters a lot in your life, someone that you love hanging out, someone that you love to talk to, that feels wonderful. Right? And I've seen that in the form of my Discord server, where some of you make friends with each other. I've heard of people who go to each other's houses. I don't even know how you guys are doing it, but you guys have done it, right? I've seen you guys meeting each other at conventions and being aware that this person exists, and get to know. And I think of it the same way to the crew of people who hated me. You know, the funny thing is, yes, they can all hate me, but I guess they hate me in a way that I am the reason that bonded them together. I am the negative reason that their group exists, but hey, they're friends now. And I think I'm more than glad that they even discovered each other, that they can do so. You know? So I hope that I can continue to do that nonetheless. That everybody can have a good time while playing Arknights or doing anything really while you guys are here. You know. I've never had someone who told me I met my girlfriend because of you. Or I married someone because of you. but I've heard of people who told me we're couples and we watch you together. And I find that very sweet when I hear those stories. I've met a few people who are couples and they watch me. And I always find it very weird because like I'm a single person and you know like how am I that interesting to be a part of your relationship? But I'm glad that I'm able to be something that you feel worth spending time for. So anyways, I really again I hope that I will be more present while I'm streaming and YouTubing for you guys in the year ahead and even coming forth. I'm very, very excited when Endfield releases. I hope that it will be interesting, but I'm also excited to start my second channel when I do so in due time. Hopefully everything will be fun and nice to be supported through. So yeah. Okay, that's my little sweet story that I will share with you guys. Shall we watch some Endfield together? Are you all ready? Because I'm not ready. I haven't found the video. Let me see if I can find the video. Where is this video? Hold on. I have a lot of windows open for some reason.
Do you remember Koo?
After filming,
You bought
I suppose.
100 axe stickers from him once, and I went to his artist panel on Sunday and said he's grateful for you till this day.
Do I want to close LT player now? Nah, I don't have to. It's translated by this guy called Lost. Okay. There's no way Maxim Gacha made a video. Maxim! Did I click on myself? I hope I didn't. You clicked on yourself, you are an idiot! Do I remember Cool? I bought 100k AK stickers from him, and you went to his artist panel on Sunday, and he said he's grateful for me till this day. What? I heard this recently from someone else. You're not the same person talking about it, are you? Someone told me recently that Cool had an event, and he told me that Cool kept saying my name. Cool Notes kept saying my name during the event. But can he not use my name? Yeah, I mean, I'm grateful that he was one of the first few artists that I get to meet. I heard that he's been telling everybody that he's very grateful for me. That he feels like I did something. I don't know, no, I did nothing, man. Like, his success is all him. I'm more than glad, though, to have met Cool. I haven't chatted with Cool. If Cool's watching this stream, because he sometimes does, Cool, I wanted to ask you something. I wanted to ask you if you want to let me host, not host, but like service your booth. You know, like help your booth. Like, I want to do it both for experience and video sake. Because I've never done it before. Right? Do you want that? I don't know what event it will be, but I want to ask Cool, like, I will be there. You know, basically my duty is not to just, you know, stand by and scarecrow. I'm gonna help him to sell for a day. You get what I mean? And I think it'll be fun to film. And see if I sweat it out or not. So yeah. I should have a fine pointing to the booth. I'll do whatever I can to make it fun. So yeah. That booth might be a traffic hazard. It's fine. His next event is AFA. Yeah, he might be able to add me into AFA. If he already got a store, then... Actually, no, it's a good thing that I'm helping him for AFA. You know why? I've mentioned this to you guys somehow before. I think the worst convention ever is AFA 2025 Singapore. Sorry, not specifically the year. The convention. Sorry, I mean the convention itself. Nothing against the year. But yes, I think AFA Singapore is the worst convention ever. Call it hot take all you want. I've never found that it's worth. Is it that bad? I'll tell you why. It's expensive. Banned from AFA. Wait. I can't be banned from AFA. You know why? If AFA lets me host their event, I would do it. But whatsoever it is, till then, AFA has one of the worst experience I've ever had. Because I don't think it's specifically, again, the year. I've enjoyed AFA in the earlier years. But now, because it's one of the only biggest conventions that we had in Singapore, right? So there's way too many people who come into the event. The problem I find is there's too many people. It's too expensive. Because of Singapore prices, a lot of the merchandise that you buy is stupid expensive. You know, like, if any of you are Singaporean and you have never gone out, okay, no, let me just say it this way. I think only 2 countries in particular, and an entire region, okay? If you are someone from America, so you're from US or Canada, or you're from Singapore, or you're from Europe, if you've never left your country to see another convention, you are missing out. I think Japan and China has the most insane experience for a convention, but I think Malaysia and Indonesia has a very homely feel of a convention that makes me love it a lot. And even though you're from US, I would say US has also wonderful convention experience. But US is expensive. So the problem I have with Singapore and US is the very stupidly expensive. And it makes it like, what's the point of going if it's expensive? Right? So yeah. But what I mean to say is, if Cool lets me work for him during AFA, he's just giving me a reason to be inside the convention. Do you get what I mean? When I go to those conventions, like especially Singapore conventions, right? I never enter the convention. I'm always outside the convention because I don't find any worth to visit the booths. I just find worth to meet people outside the convention, because convention is the easiest place for people to gather, right? Interested cosplayers, interested gamers, anybody who wants to see culture will be all part of the event. So I've always used it as a time to gather and meet people, basically. So that's why. Yeah, maybe I'll ask him and you guys will see me there. All right. Okay. Anyways, Maxim, why did he make a 19-minute video? What is this? Oh my god. Fuck off. Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, so many people are talking about this, man. Ay. So unnecessary. Okay, let me see. So this is the video I'm gonna watch. 40 minutes, 22 minutes. Oh, so 1 hour total. Okay, let's watch it.
Hi everyone, this is Lost here, aka lore enthusiast. I usually focus on the story and world building of Arknight rather than gameplay, but today I want to share a review of Arknight Endfield. This isn't my own analysis, but a translated review from Flight K, a well-known Chinese game reviewer who specialized in breaking down gameplay during their beta test and early access period. While I don't fully agree with everything he said, I do believe he hits the nail on the head with many of the issues that the current Endfield beta face, and he brings some really interesting insights and ideas to the table. I've noticed that much of the global discussion around Endfield have been overly focused on single aspects on the game, often missing the whole picture, which is exactly where his review shines. That's why I have decided to translate and share the video with you. The original video was dropped back at the end of March.
Okay.
It is a very long video and it will be released in parts, and this is the first part. Hope you enjoyed it.
Okay.
谁都没有想到，谁都没有想到啊！在经历了漫长到现实的小麦都输了好几轮后，明日方舟周末地终于迎来了自己的2测，距离第1次首测也是已经过去了1年有余。而之所以中间相隔的如此之久，因为相较于上测，本测无论是质量还是容量都得到了极大的提升，尤其是战斗和箱庭部分更是直接全部重做，说是变成了一个新游戏也完全不为过。但也正是因为半道重做的缘故，本测中很多内容都未经过足够的优化与整合，导致本测虽然看起来一片欣欣向荣，可无论是各系统间的融合自洽，还是细节处理的精细程度，都挺不尽人意的。好消息是，制作组也知道自己的问题，在本测发布了可能是2游史上最长的问卷系列，事无巨细的询问了玩家的意见。可坏消息是，游戏里依旧有很多明明1测2测都在问，但就是没有改进的地方。那么现在的周末地表现究竟如何？被寄予厚望的他又有哪些自己的想法？我们废话不多说，这里 Fly， 欢迎来到本期周末地2测的各师傅前瞻。明日方舟周末地游戏类型为箱庭 RPG 加自动化工厂，那我们就先从箱庭部分的表现开始说起。在1测中，箱庭的整体内容和水平，除了最后一张图外，都可以说是平平无奇，整体游玩过程也基本是一本道，额外内容也只是在各种犄角旮旯里找箱子捡收集物，整体可玩性不高。加之当时游戏流程的重心还是放在工厂上面，玩家基本都是把工厂部分玩明白了才开始后续的箱庭探索，而由于箱庭部分 的平庸，其体验更像是给工厂部分解腻的小菜。虽然在当时很多人都认为箱庭和工厂部分的玩法过于割裂，但单论体验而言，当时孱弱的箱庭反而和工厂之间达成了一种奇妙的平衡。那么现在回到二册，如果说一册的箱庭部分只是工厂玩法的附庸，那么二册的箱庭就直接倒翻天罡，一跃成为了本册最重量级的主菜。也不知制作组哪里招来的高资干员，硬生生把一册的拼好饭给你做成了一桌满汉全席。整个游戏流程全部推倒重来不说，整个箱庭地图也是究极超进化。最直观的感受就是地图大小的数倍扩张，一册的采石场地图还只是个小型工地，二册的采石场就直接变成了深渊巨坑。但光有大小肯定还不够，这一侧的箱庭在体验上基本遵循了立体结构与环形路径的地图设计手法，前者是在 Z 轴上大做文章，可能看上去小小的一片地，却上上下下分出了数个可探索空间，后者则是打破了一本道设计的局限性，让你在某个新区域里探索完毕，却发现出口正是自己来时的路，并且你还顺道打通了之前无法通行的路径，使得整个区域相连起来。这些内容使得本次的地图利用率极高，如果你只是跟着主线跑一遍地图，那你探索过的区域可能还不到50%，而这带来的结果
That is a fucking good point. So I agree with what you said. This very line. If you only played the main story of the game, you would think that, oh shit, that's kind of all this game has to offer. But there's a difference whereby, because you're building the factory, or like you see that there's a lot more going around in your vision, right? In truth, the only amount of places that you need to explore in the game is like 40% in terms of requirement. Meaning like the game tells you to make progress, you must do this. You know, you get what I mean? But then if you want to then do the non-optional stuff, like in truth, right, expanding your base is non-optional. Or like trying to find every single dungeon, every single like puzzle, every single lore drop area is optional. So the interesting thing that it's interesting that he brought this up from beta compared to alpha is you feel more incentivized to explore. The world invites you to find out what it has. That's quite a cool point for him to bring up. Oh yeah, RIP audio listeners, you're forced to look at the video because it's in Chinese.
这游戏的支线内容同样庞大，可能你刚开始玩的时候会误以为这个游戏只是塞了一堆通马桶的支线来拖延你的游戏进度。当你马桶 PTSD 犯了，就只想自个随便跑跑逛逛的时候，那你大概率会碰见这是哪儿，这又是哪儿，这里怎么还有这么一大片空间的情况。然后半路出现的任务 NPC 就会让你意识到自己好像误入到某条支线里了。这其实是本册最给我惊喜的地方，因为这些未探索的区域并不是单纯。
I'm gonna not compare this to Genshin because I haven't played Genshin in a while. Neither will I compare it to Wuwa because I don't deeply play Wuwa. So you might say the experience is like Genshin or Wuwa. Those of you who play would know yourself. But I'm gonna compare this to HSR. I think one of the things that I personally get pissed off about HSR is exploration doesn't feel like a choice. Exploration for me feels guided and almost like I have to. Because HSR map, right, is like, because you know the story will take you there. You get what I mean? HSR is just linear. Yeah, it's not open world, correct. There's no exploration. The only exploration is just finding chests. That's about it. No, and that's the part that makes me feel like it's kind of you know, to play it as a live service game. But you see, the funny thing is, I play Trails. I play Neptunia. I don't get bored. The linear as well. But I get easily bored with HSR when it comes to like the exploration aspect of the game. Because HSR comes across, you see, some of you can say, but that's what HSR is. But the thing is, I personally feel like that's what HSR can choose not to be. Because here's the thing. Do you not also realize that technically Endfield is the halfway point of HSR and Genshin. Because Endfield is not true open world, and yet it also is, simply because they have fixed maps as well. Right? But yet, the kind of difference that is that, it's like what he said. Endfield did this whole big world and elevation thing that makes you feel very inclined to explore and see what's going on within it. But yeah, HSI is just you will find everything in a very, very short while. So yeah. And then I think another thing I feel about Genshin's exploration compared to Enfield is actually, why are you exploring in Genshin in the first place? You're collecting those what do you call the ball? I can't remember. The ball in Genshin. It's the same as here, they also have it, but there's this ball. And you're also finding chest. Oculus, yes. So you're finding the Oculus, you're finding the chest. Sometimes you are running around because you want to find like good view, right? Like you want to see parts of the world. What collectibles? Hidden quests. Are there hidden quests in Genshin as well? Oh. But wait, when you say there's hidden quests, are they written on the quest menu? Or do you have to chance upon them to get it? No. Okay, then that's good. You know what? No, that's a good thing. They must be doing that. I think all open world games must do that. Because you'll be incentivized to want to find out what is there. Yeah. No. It's good that it's hiding. Because this is another point I want to say about Enfield. Enfield has some hidden quests as well. And to me, like, that's what an open world game needs, right? You can't just guide everything. It should be you're out there to discover what you want to find. I never like those like, oh, chest guides or like find this item guide, because it's a bit like, unless you're that sweaty, in truth, it should be a joy to find it, not a chore. You get what I mean? Like, you shouldn't be doing it just because you want pools and whatnot. That's also one of the problems I do have with like this game as well. Like, would they bind all the pools into the chest? Because when you do that, right, everyone will feel forced to find everything. But I'll see lor, as to how it would be. Oh, your line is very long, man. I should play Genshin soon. I really should, not because like of distaste or liking or anything. I want to see Genshin's open world. And I want to play Wuwa's open world as well. Because I want to compare. I want to see like what good things they did and what not good things they did. Yeah. Take the sponsorship money. I'm not sponsored. I'm just doing it because I want to. Wait, so if that's the case, right? Genshin, I don't feel like exploring anymore because it is telling me to explore more now, or you miss stuff. Yeah, okay, wait. Let me ask this to you guys, because I am the unfamiliar person here. Is exploring in Genshin or Wuwa fun? Does it feel good, bad? Like, try not to essay. Give me a short answer of a yes, no. Like, what do you like or dislike about it? And a bit of a why. Don't just say yes. Okay, you know what? Some of you are actually saying the two. Why Genshin no? I'm hearing more Genshin no. Why is Genshin no? Genshin feels like a chore? Grindy? But it's only a small one-time thing. Stamina? Run stamina is a problem in Genshin. So it makes you feel like exploration takes time. And it's like very slow to find everything that you want in Genshin, is what you guys are saying. Okay. Okay, how about Wuwa then? Why is Wuwa's exploration better? Some of you already answered, but I'll see more answers. Wuwa is faster, was what some of you said. Can fly, okay. Wuwa is no teleport, man. Wuwa is no exploration, it's a new region. What does that mean? Wuwa's environment is rich. Wuwa super guides you. Guides you. Wait, if you say that Wuwa guides you, then is that to say there is exploration or there is not exploration? That's a bit weird, right? Are there things to discover by yourself? The chest is fixed. Just makes some aspect easier. They have the guide, but you can choose not to use it. It's not forced on you. I see. Okay. Is faster fun? It's a good question. Well, let's ask this question. Should exploration feel unlimited? No, but in truth, exploration would never be unlimited. Do you guys like the feeling of unlimited exploration? Like I'm gonna translate this in easier terms. Do you like the feeling that there's a lot more that I haven't seen? Like, wait, what is this thing that I have not seen? What is that thing I have not seen? $50-50. But what if the map guides you? So what I mean by the map guides you is, technically Genshin does that as well, right? Like, when you haven't explored a part of the map, only till you get there, then you open up. You know, or like if you see something that you haven't quite touched on yet, you will see an icon to show you that you haven't done it yet. Well, push the cell to the corner away, allow people to freely fly. It's very fast, feels good. So now the community always complains if a sub-region comes out where you can't fly properly. Huh. One dimension flying. No, I just find all of your perspectives to Genshin and Uwa's exploration very interesting. Because it then makes me wonder, when you guys play Endfield, how would it compare? You know, would it be worse, in between, better than, you know, the two games that we have been naming? I never played open world gacha games. You know why? They bad. Call me harsh, but they bad. As in, like, it's cool that Genshin was the first, but that's just stupid grindy. Let me continue what this guy is going to say, because I think he's going to take some time to talk about this part. And then I'll ask the appropriate questions to you guys. Because a lot of you, like I said, a lot of you probably never played Endfield before.
空荡荡的一大片，而是有着和主线同等规模和探索要素的新地图，所以实际上目前游戏里绝大部分的支线都只是在引导你前往这些新区域探索，真正的纯通马桶的支线任务其实很少。而除了支线外，一些小型区域的引导任务则交给了游戏的收集物，也就是迷志。这玩意在上册里呢，就是纯纯的哈基迷，在地图里上下翻飞，想抓到它可得费一番功夫。而且由于迷志收集度和工厂的上限绑定，那在上册这玩意是真能给你血压整高的。而在本册中，迷志取消了和工厂的绑定，变成了单纯的奖励兑换物。虽说那种到处乱飞的哈基迷依旧存在，但也有相当一部分的迷志开始当起了向导的作用。当你在地图里发现一个会移动的迷志时，它就已经处于了哈基迷和向导的叠加态。你追着它跑，要么是被戏耍一番，要么就是领你去了个全新的区域。
Sorry，
以上的这些加起来，虽说周末地在设计理念上
Whatever he's just saying just made me think of a new question.
如此
Why is my YouTube lagging? Oh! Why is my YouTube lagging so hard on my... What did I do to deserve this? Damn, my computer hates me. I might open this video onto Chrome then. I didn't think Opera will go bad on me, but it kind of is.
依旧存在，但
Okay, I might switch to Google. Wait, I'll ask you the question I want to ask now. Do you like to be surprised when you are exploring? So my question is, does again one game by one game, does Genshin surprise you? Why doesn't Genshin surprise you? Like really nothing. It can't be no. I would imagine they try. But how do they surprise you? Genshin only gives me 20 primos. That's a funny line. Surprised with new areas, new mechanics. You have to deliberately find the secrets. Small island and fountain, new teams. Some are just stunning to look at. Are you saying that Genshin surprises people more with the environment or like the things you get to see? Like the view, basically. Yeah, sometimes it's puzzles as well. Puzzles are a way to surprise people. Okay. Does Wuwa surprise you? And then if so, how? No. Why? Thanks, Aisha, for the raid. We're discussing Endfield for today. We're watching someone's long review. Wuwa is a very you get what you see. Okay, wait. Are you all wanting to understand what I mean? Why am I asking this question of surprise? Okay. The thing about Endfield is I get surprised very often. Okay, I'll explain to you why. And again, ton of you have never watched me play Endfield, seen Endfield, or tried it yourself. Okay, you see this part of what this guy has filmed in this video.
他
Right.
可得费一番功夫，而且由于迷之
Also, let me switch to Google because I think Opera is for some reason crashing out on me today. It usually doesn't, but right now it is.
也有相当一部分的迷之开始当起了
So,
红头马桶的支线。
thanks for the raid again, by the way. You see this part where you're chasing for the Ethereum?
入到某条支线里了，这其实是本册最给我惊喜的地方，因为这些
Wait,
未探索的
I'll show you
区域
exactly
不
which
是
scene
空荡荡的一
it
大
is.
片，而是有着和主线同等规模和探索要素的新地图。所以实际上目前游戏里红头马桶的支线任务其实很少，而除了这玩意在上册里。
So you see how this guy is chasing for the ball?
在地图里上下翻飞。
Oh, wait.
上下翻飞
No.
想
Sorry, I must be too late.
塞了一堆通让自个随便跑跑逛逛的时候，那里大情况，然后半路出现的其实是本册最会让你意识
Am I late?
跑跑逛。
Or am I early?
只是跟着主线跑一遍地图，那你
By the way, if you're wondering what is up with this scene, so this sounds like a spoiler, okay? And you guys might not know.
整个
In this map that this guy is showing, oh, it's way later. Okay,
收集
sure.
度和工厂
Oh
的上
fuck!
限绑定。
Shut up! Shut up!
那在上册这玩意是真能给你学很高的，而在本册中
Okay. In this version of the video that this guy is showing, okay, he's talking about this map. So there's this one map where when you hit the end of the map, this is my memory, okay? So if I'm wrong, fuck me. But I remember it was either a quest. I think it was a side quest that you didn't need to do. So you can do it anytime. But you don't know the reward of that side quest. Okay, of course you know the rewards is like you get pools and whatnot. The quest was about a sky lift that was broken. Okay? So you didn't have to do that quest. When you manage to find the skylift, you're presented with a stupid amount of puzzles. It wasn't a surprise. It was like, you can do it, kind of thing. But you had to fix a lot of robots, and then you managed to fix this skylift. When you fix the skylift, the thing that you're most surprised by is that the skylift connected the map. So you realize that you could, so like your map is a circle. But the funny thing is that at the start of your circle, and when you reach the end, you do not realize that the end and the start connects. So one of my biggest shock when I played this quest was when I finished the quest, the skylift worked. And then all of a sudden I can go to the start and the end because I did that quest. Do you understand what I mean? Like, that's an example of what I say as surprise. You know? Like, the quest doesn't tell you when you finish it, your map suddenly, you know, snaps together. Does that sound nice? Yeah, it was not a main quest. I remember it as a side quest. Then, yeah, so you can see this skylift working. Right? And you're just like, wait, I didn't know that you can do that. Now you have to talk to every NPC ever? But that's... okay, I will explain to you something about the, wait, fuck, doesn't that give me more work? Okay? Because I know that there might be some people's concern with Genshin where I have to explore everything. But there's something that Endfield does that will explain to you, instead of that looking like a chore, it becomes your joy. Okay, I will tell you why. But let's watch out.
这其实是本册最给我惊喜的地方，因为这些未探索的区域并不是单纯空荡荡的一大片，而是有绝大部分的知识。
This is just a puzzle that is showing.
一致，这玩意在上
This is him chasing a ball.
传的哈基米在地图里上下翻飞，想抓到它可得费一番功夫。而且由于迷之收集度，
he's talking about how collecting the ball is annoying.
在上册这玩意是真能给你血压整高的，而在本册中迷之取消了很。
Okay. So do you see this ball that he's collecting? Right? So imagine you're trying to get this. But then while you're getting it, this happens. This is another example of what I mean by a surprise. Do the other games do it? And if it does happen, do you like it? How is it a surprise? You might not know, right? No, you think that you can see it because the video looks fine and it can be expected. But I have been shocked a few times. You don't remember that there was one quest that I did? It was like a main quest. And I was fucking shocked that one of the fucking enemies hid in the closet. It broke me. I genuinely screamed. I don't know if it was a bug or it was a feature. But there was a fucking enemy in between the closets and I didn't see him. And he jump scared me. You get what I mean, right? When I say like, a surprise. That makes the game very enjoyable. It was around the laser room. It was Yvonne's quest.
Yeah,
so this allowed him to jump up. I'll tell you another... I remember a dungeon that I saw. If you guys watch the Endfield quest, do you all remember that there was a quest about a hungry guy in the cave? So, it's something like this as well. It was a floor on the ground, it broke and I fell. Then I read a note. And then there was a note about how there was a guy who said that he's been living there for like weeks and he couldn't escape. And then the thing is that when you fell down and you landed there, this isn't even a quest. It was just a note that said there's a very hungry guy. And I was just there like, so where's the hungry guy? Right? And then we had to navigate a little bit in the cave to find the guy. And we realized he was still alive. Because every note that we picked up was almost as if the guy is dying or dead. And then all we saw was the guy was on the floor. Which is funny. But then the reward was he gave us a recipe. Which is cute. But it's also like unexpected. You get what I mean? Like, I genuinely think one of the things that for Tobo or anybody who reviewed Endfield that don't talk about is I think, okay, again, I don't play Wuwa, I don't play Genshin, so I don't know. But the open world feeling of this game is fucking different from the others. That, like, exploring feels like a joy. That there are things that happens around the world, it feels very fluid. Doesn't that happen in both Wuwa and Genshin? I asked. A lot of you say no. Me and Chat's opinion of surprise is very different. Yeah. Oh, you're the translator. Thank you. I'll continue watching the video. Some of you are saying don't they have that as well? But then you guys are saying that the game handholds.
向导的作用。当你在地图里发现一个会移动的迷志时，它就已经处于了哈基迷和向导的叠加态。
Just one thing that I find a little interesting. So you can also quote me if you think the other games do it. You guys know how how you need to find those Oculus within Genshin, right? I think Wuwa is something similar. This is also something I find a little bit fascinating about so for this game they call it Ethereum. Instead of making the Ethereum as like hidden things for you to find, sometimes it happens, yes. Other times, do you see the current screen that he's doing? The Ethereum is the guide. The Ethereum is showing you a place you've never seen. Do you understand what I mean? Do those other games do it? Genshin would do it with Sealies. Oh right, Genshin have two things. Right. Genshin has Sealies and Oculus. Okay. Wuwa does it with the bugs and the flies. Interesting. This game does it together then. Because there's only two collectibles in this game. Or like two true collectibles. It's Ethereum and chest. Actually, no, there's also bunnies. Bunnies are an interesting one. Bunnies are like the rarest item in the game.
已经处于了哈基迷和向导的叠加态，你追着他跑，要么是被戏耍一番，要么就是领你去了个全新的区域。以上的这些加起来，虽说周末地在设计理念上依旧是箱庭模式，
Yeah, it is still
但如此巨大的箱庭地图以及制作组利用新技术将每一大张的地图全部无缝连接的加持下，初次体验时很容易产生一种自己真的不是在玩大世界吗的感觉。当然，感觉归感觉，箱庭和大世界本质还是两种截然不同的设计理念。那周末地本色箱庭的丰富度就真的已经到了惊吓的地步，只能说集装箱庭它怎么就不是箱庭呢？也正因如此，二册的主支线流程在我剧情全跳且未
Yeah, my number one biggest impression for the world environment for Endfield is how when I first started the game, I looked at the map and I said, oh my god, it's like HSR, it's zone. But the thing is, when you move between zones, you realize there's no loading screen. I thought that was like absolutely crazy. So in truth, right, they built every single map as a zone, but the transition part of the map just flows. No load time. It's crazy. And the reason why they do that transition part is simply because it will deload the map that you were coming in from after some time. So like if you move between the zone, your computer still has like 2 maps worth of data, right? When you move further away, it actually deloads the data. The bamboo thing is really cool. Are you guys saying this as someone who's seen the game or haven't seen the game? Am I supposed to explain what this bamboo map looks like? Are some of you saying this as you haven't seen the map? This was a fun quest. My brain was scrambled. So, okay, if you haven't seen it just by some chance, okay, it's the map where you're told that you're in this like creepy looking place. You're trying to find a statue or something. Genshin did something similar though. It's either no, HSR did something similar. A maze quest as well. I think all the games probably has done it. But basically the map keeps manipulating you. And it's fun. It's fun that they do it.
是详情呢，也正因如此，二测的主支线流程，在我剧情全跳且未收集的情况下，都来到了30个小时有余。你得知道一测时
Yeah, the map will close in, it'll direct you, and then it'll open up, and it'll direct you again.
如此恐怖的体量与质量，使得很多人都直呼现在直接公测都没有任何问题。但问题是，箱庭再好，那也只是箱庭。周末地这个游戏，它
Don't open world use chunk loading as well? They would, they
我
should.
们接下来要讲的就是周末地
Yes,
这块。
I heard Genshin does that as well.
安静的工厂部分了。
But that's what I mean by this could have been a zone-based game, but they chose not to be. They could have done loading between maps and they chose not to. Which makes it like, is it open world? Is it zone? Is it like, you know, where does the line comes? But okay, in my opinion, this is an open world game. The maps are way too big for this to not be called open world game.
对没有玩过自动化工厂类游戏的玩家，简单介绍一下这类游戏的特点。就像字面意思说的那样，玩家需要做的就是去建造起一个可以自动运行的工厂，让各种原料通过各种设施一点一点加工成最终的成品。而在这个过程中，所有设施的排版分布、运输管线的排线交错，都需要你去亲自打理。这一类游戏的核心乐趣，便是在努力建設后，看着自己
Is it a new topic already? He went into the base. Okay, so that was all that he talked about the map. Okay, and then the entire of the next part is base. Okay, I close up my thoughts of the world map. Yeah, I don't think this is talked about enough. The world of Endfield is very big. And they are pretty as well. It's to the point that I wouldn't say that the first map is like insanely pretty, because the first map has it's not dystopian, but it's like you're in a factory, you're in the industrial area. Nonetheless, there's a lot of things that goes on around that makes it seem like I have a lot to see. That makes me feel like I want to be able to enjoy and see it. So, yeah. Open world implies you can climb and reach anything you can see within the map, which you can in Endfield, basically. Some people are saying, will this not be a problem for game loading or like processing speed? You need to know that Endfield is going to be played on phone. So if you're going to struggle on PC, what's going to happen to the phone, you know? You can't climb in Endfield, but you can jump. You can't climb, you can jump. So there is a lot of parts of the map where it expects you to find out if you can get to a place. Not jumping, huh? Because of that, it doesn't make it an open world. You're making me think. Because you can't climb, it's not an open world. Is flying a requirement? No, right? Like GTA is an open world game. Is it not? What makes it an open world if the majority of the content is accessible without loading screens? Yeah, I find that, okay, you guys can use the word semi-open, but it's funny to say semi-open simply because, do we use the word semi-open on a lot of games? I barely hear people using the word semi-open. It's like a word I would use conveniently here, but in truth, I don't think it exists. So yeah, whatever it is, I lean to calling this game open.
这种目标带来的成就感。那么周末地在工厂这部分里究竟出了什么问题呢？前面我们说过，由于一侧的箱庭只是工厂的附庸，虽然本身的体验一般，但由于工厂的存在，整体体验流程还是自洽的。可在二侧中，由于箱庭部分的崛起，制作组为了优先保障箱庭部分的体验，使工厂部分向其大幅让步。首当其冲的就是制作组为了箱庭部分体验的流畅性，将工厂的科技树解锁由需求材料的任务式简单粗暴地改成了收集点式，也就是你只需要在地图探索时顺带收集科技点，探完回家就能解锁科技。当然你要是着急，也可以直接一口气把所有的科技点全部捡完。这在表面上看大幅缩减了玩家需要在工厂上花费的时间，但实际上这个改动对于一个新玩家的体验来说可谓是致命的。原因也很简单，工厂类作为一个后期极尽复杂的游戏，让玩家在前期一步步打好基础是非常重要的事情，而任务式的科技树本身就是在领着玩家一步一步的完成目标，循序渐进的熟悉科技树上的内容，并在此基础上积累大量建造经验，同时在玩家完成一系列的大工程后，给予玩家下一个阶段的目标，不会让玩家陷入无头苍蝇的地步。但当周末地改成收集点式解锁后，弊端马上就显现了出来，那就是当玩家在箱庭外爽完一圈，被等级卡进度，准备回来看看工厂是怎么个事时，望着自己刚解锁的一大批设施和好几个自己见都没见过的材料和工具，直接当场脑子爆炸。想要搞明白怎么个事儿，就还得去教程里一个一个学。但由于这时你的进度已经远远落后于科技树，如果你是个纯新手，那大概率是要把教程全过一遍的。那这里我就只能希望你是真的学进去了。
What he's saying here is what I would say to those of you who kept saying, I feel like the base is not enough. I personally think that even though I understood everything about the base, I was optimizing and I was building, you guys need to know that the base is already very tricky for people who don't play the base. People without experience with the base can struggle.
不然等你闷头过完教程出来打开
No. I get that he's going to criticize also for the base carrying people. I'm anticipating it. The one of the thing about this game is that because base building is the nature of the game, I do think that some of you are feeling like the game is in this middle point. It's in this middle point where the people who care too much about the base, or like the people who really want the base to be the best thing ever, feels like that's not enough. But yet at the same time, there is now the problem of, for someone who's never done a base before, is the current extent of the game considered too much? We're in this middle ground where it's almost like we can't satisfy anyone. Supposedly, we can't satisfy anyone. Do you get what I mean? It's almost like saying it's the whole like, oh, if we make a game for everyone, it's a game for no one kind of nonsense. You know, I feel like that's the thing about the base, the extent of the base right now. It's not even complex. You are being too harsh. It's complex enough for a person who doesn't play a game place, like a base building game. You need to stop thinking that, oh, it's not in-depth enough. You must sit in the eyes of a person who has never done a single factorial, a single satisfactory.
合成图纸一看，哎，我刚刚学了什么来着？而且最搞的是，它的教程并不是跟着你解锁的科技解锁，而是每个收集点对应了一个教程，这就导致实际体验中很容易出现科技解锁了，但教程没解锁的逆天情况，使得玩家为了解锁这个教程又要去跑一遍图。也就是说，最佳的体验方式反而是收集到一个科技点后，就马上回工厂里实践，这个熟悉之后再去收集下一个科技点，这样才不会被填鸭式教学。可这到头来不还是任务式科技树的体验流程吗？ 这里我们再回看一侧，在一侧中，科技树流程并没有对玩家给予限制，使得玩家完全可以在工厂里跟着任务猛猛攀科技，先打他几个小时的灰，造出一身全装后再去平推主线。而且在当时，部分养成素材也是在工厂里制造，且所需素材都是一些中间产物，玩家在追求这些提升的过程中就已经搭建起了一套基础的流水线。再等到需要最终产物时，玩家 家对于前置流程的搭建也已经有了一定的熟练度。结果等到2测，不知道制作组是脑子哪根筋没转过来，拍头一说，哎，我们新出一个基建系统，把工厂用来生产养成素材的部分
Correct.
替代掉吧。
This is an arrangement that I found
本册最
a little weird. Why did they introduce a second base? I get that it's reminiscent to AK, but yeah, I personally also find it a bit strange. Because shouldn't a base be like a singular thing that you stare at and not a second thing? It's even worse because when they did this AK version of the base, you can't auto collect. It's very different from the factory base, where the factory base, when you produce all the things, it enters the inventory immediately. But this one doesn't. I have to go in, collect my rare materials and whatnot. Which I find like it destroys a bit of the fundamental of this game. And the fundamental of this game that I'm talking about is how a lot of things are autoable. So why do we suddenly have something that shouldn't be autoable?
经受智慧的工厂加基建双生产系统。那至于基建部分，我们后面再谈。现在先请有工厂游戏经验的观众，可以现在回想一下自己玩过的游戏里，有没有那么一些产物，它们存在的目的就只是为了制造它们对应的最终产物，除此之外没有任何用处的呢？实际上我们会发现，在绝大部分的工厂游戏中，对于任意一个中间产物，它都至少有2个以上的去处，以此材料间相互交织，组成了各种各样的最终产物。也就是无论多么大后期，这些基础素材都是你工厂里不可或缺的一部分。这样一来，既有效利用了游戏里的资源，又可以为玩家搭建出一个层层递进的学习网。当你造出本级科技产物，解锁下一级科技时，就会发现这些新产物的所需原料不就是自己上一级科技造过的东西吗？那1+1等于2，思路非常清晰。同理，在这样的递进下，玩家接下来要做的无非就是2+2、4+4，只要基础产物的厂子够，就算中间缺产能了，建新厂也有前置兜底。可在周末第2侧，由于基建横插一脚的原因，中间产物的需求被删除，使得现在游戏里有整整一大半的中间素材，它们存在的目的就只是为了给最终素材过渡。并且更逆天的地方在于，在一个明显有品阶之分的产物类型里，高阶产物竟然完全不需要低阶产物参与合成，甚至有些是连整个合成路径都不一样了。而且由于它们是同一类最终产物，高阶就是低阶的上位替代，一旦科技换代，那低阶产物就彻底用不上了，可以直接给整个厂子掀了。这就导致在实际体验中造新科技是基本没有前置兜底的，每次科技换代都约等于是重来。可能在别的游戏里，玩家后期只需要8+8就能造出的最终产物，到周末地玩家这里就变成了1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1+1。讲道理，你就是搁别的游戏里后期这么从头造个厂子，也不是什么容易事吧？所以这时就还出现了一件很难崩的事情，那就是在本册中被很多人诟病的主线卡等级行为，在我看来反而是件好事。要是真不卡你等级，让你一路猛猛推图，等推完了再回来造基建，那就不是脑子爆炸那么简单的事情了。这带来的另一个影响就是前期内容的不重要，因为反正只要换代了，厂子就要拆了重建，那我为啥还要在前期投入精力呢？直接摆烂等后期科技解锁完了再建，不是更好吗？可能对于自动化老手来说，自学大量设施机制，拆除重建厂子不过是再稀松平常的事情。可是对于新玩家而言，这种填鸭又畸形的游戏流程很难说会有什么正向的反馈。这样导致的后果便是玩家一旦因为某种原因卡关，不得不回工厂建设对应的道具，或是主线进行到工厂部分需要你产出对应的物品时，这样扭曲的游戏流程很容易让玩家产生抵触心理。很显然的是，由于箱庭部分内容的激增，再想像1册那样让2个玩法和谐共处已经是非常困难。但2册这种工厂自我阉割给箱庭让步的做法就是纯粹的头痛砍头。你与其这样，那还不如两边都是完整的游戏流程，和1册一样由玩家自己分配时间来的自由。想先玩工厂的就玩工厂，想先玩箱庭的就玩箱庭，等到了任意部分的阶段性结束时，再去指引玩家体验另一边就行。所以接下来游戏要做的，那还是重新改回任务式的科技树，同时调整产物配方，将中间产物交织输出，做到精简产物内容与配方流程，回到1+1、2+2的递进模式。只有由简入繁的给足玩家成就感，才不会出现本册这样被摁头学习建造的抵触。 那么同样是为了给香亭让路的，就还有一册里地图上的那些野生电线杆，在二册中被全部删除，且主线中的拉电线环节也只是在开头教了你一下外，后面就再也没有需要你主动拉电线的地方。这又导致了什么问题呢？在一册中，为了服务工厂的采矿需求，在当时的地图里存在着数个野生的电线杆，玩家在游玩主线时就可以顺手把电线都连上，也就算你不顺手，很多主线部分也有接电的需求。总之，等你主线体验完了，准备开始采矿时，地图里基本就是现成的电力网，节省了大量拉电线的时间。但是在二册中，等你香亭体验完后，等待你的却是一个空空如也的巨大地图。你不仅要自己从头开始规划电力网，跑图拉线的成本更是上册的数倍。所以在我看来，删除野生电线杆纯粹是意义不明的行为。即便是主线里没有拉线的需求，这种野生电线杆也会给玩家植入一个潜意识：哦，这里有个电线杆，那我下次来的时候顺手拉一下电吧。这样玩家在不知不觉中就已经构建好了地图里的基础电网，等到发展工业时再去扩大电网也会方便许多。而如果说删电装是制作组有意为之，那滑索系统就纯属是被连带坑了。在一册中，因为地图在平面上并不算崎岖，大部分主干道都能顺利让滑索通行，而且很可能是为了凸显滑索的重要性，地图上还存在着许多关键节点设置了没法回头的高低差路线。为了能方便后续来往，玩家也会去主动设置滑索。之前那些现成的电力网。
Oh, he's in the one part of the map that I got pissed off at as well. Yes, I remember this part of the map. But it's just this very specific part of the map though. You all will know because I kept failing. I kept falling down. No, I did it as well, but I do it to the point that I keep falling off because it was the only suitable position.
对滑索网络的建设，结果到了二册，香亭放飞自我，导致地图的复杂度激增，滑索的建设难度也随之陡然增大，出现了一堆。
Like it's the same grid. He's also putting it. The problem with this is that because there's verticality, when you put the zip line here, you can't. Unfortunately, I mean, but it's just a problem that they can fix post like when the game launches. You see, because it's a small thing. But I get what he's saying does open up to a bigger picture thing where it's like, is the world limiting the way that we might want to freely build the bases at the moment? Let me finish this AIC part, then I'll summarize what he's saying and then what I think.
压根建不了或是建了也通不了的复杂地形，而又因为在周末地中存在着很多采集资源，需要玩家去定时收取。那在一册里，这些资源点索道都是想去哪就去哪，结果二册由于地形复杂化，有一部分资源点那是根本通不了索道的，想采集就只能通到附近再自己走过去，这无疑是增加了玩家后续跑图的成本。那这个问题想优化起来，也确实比前两者要头疼得多，总不能为了滑索再去重置一遍地图构造吧。所以一个比较可行的思路，就是在目前中杯和大杯滑索的基础上，再添加小杯和超大杯两种滑索，一种适用于低矮坑洞隧道，一种直接跨越山脉丘陵，强行给这些极端地形把索道通上。说完了给香亭让步的内容后，接下来就是和工厂建造相关的部分。那第一个要讲的
Oh, he has to talk. Okay, I see. So he went more in depth in factory. So technically, I should be watching on. Okay, let's cover what he's saying then, because there's a chance that what I'm going to say is something he's going to emphasize later. I agree with what he's saying about how like these tier of the materials, when you go further in the game, right, it's not wrong to say that certain materials become very redundant because they're tiered. The tiered, the technically tiered to your player level, where like if we look at this thing itself, right, you'll usually be using it in like the earlier worlds or like your lower level units, basically. But once you pass that, then all of a sudden you have to create like a bigger tier of the same material. So it's a higher tier of that material. But then the formula changes a little bit. And then it's like, I have to rebuild my entire base again just to fulfill it. You know, there's a little bit of the annoyance of like reset that goes on. Personally, I don't disagree that I do wish every material in the game has some significance one way or another. But I do get pissed with the giant... Like, as much as I love base building, I feel for myself and anybody else when the base building becomes very giant and convoluted. Like when the production line is damn big, right? I end up feeling like I need to preserve that production line in order to keep things going. But then if they suddenly introduce a new material and like apparently it needs more space, then this like long chain production line that I worked so hard on, what do? Do I erase it? Do I keep it? Do I try to work around it? Like, unfortunately, base building in this game has some limitations that is like, because they set a boundary and it's not like a clean canvas, what am I supposed to do? You know? Does Endfield has orders like AK where you can craft to make money? Yes, but I don't know if this video is going to talk about it. So one of the ways that Endfield rectifies this, which I find it interesting, but it does suffer from the higher tier materials are better than lower tier problem, is that they have this thing called Outposts. So your base is not just for yourself. Here's the one thing I think a lot of people don't fucking understand enough about this game, which is everyone is assuming the base is for your own personal accounts development, which ultimately it should be because it is, you know, your account, you're always building to make things better. But there is one feature in the game where you can sell these items. So outposts, you can think of them like a merchant. You can think of them like a shop. They will then give you a very specific currency that you can only use in certain shops. And it's for you to buy more materials. So in that way, it's allowing you to still produce things that might feel redundant, but there is an avenue for where it can go. So one of the things that I said, I don't know if I said this verbally here or to someone else, but if this is the first time I'm saying it, then sure, let's go and hear it. I did think in order to keep the base interesting for the future, they can make rotating orders. So they can do a thing where for people who really want to care, they can make one of those outposts, whatever terms you're comfortable with, okay? I'm going to switch around between outpost and merchant. If these people who owns these stores can order different items, it would be nice if it will allow people who really want to keep like the base going to switch it up whatsoever. Base is a continuing thing that runs offline, yes. And it should be optional. You see, it entices the people who like bases, and those people who don't want to care don't care. And they can do seasonal material as well. Although seasonal material does also come down to the problem of if I do that, then when the season is done, so the material will never be needed. So yeah, supply and demand matrix would be nice. There is. This game has supply and demand reports. What do I think about making excess material to be automatically traded to outposts? Like anytime? So it's not outposts, it's not like outpost specifically demands materials. It's any material that excess can go into outposts. Not sure. You can print LMD and buy materials instead of making them yourself. Yep. You could technically do that. Here's the thing. The game has done it that more than 50% of the materials can be autoable in one way or another, including your EXP and your LMD in this game. They call it T credits in this game, but you can, actually. Of course, there's still dungeons that will give it. But with your base, right, and with the outpost system, so the outpost currency that I'm talking about, you can use them to buy materials. And, you know, your LMD and your EXP are some of the things that you can buy with it. So there's an extent to say you can auto from your material into... The trading is automatic as well. You don't have to like click sell. You just click, I want to trade this for the day. And then constantly you'll get the credits. And you can use those credits to buy things. So, yeah. I do think this outpost thing that I'm talking about is the least mentioned feature of the game. I wonder if he'll cover. He should cover. He seems like he's going to go very in-depth. So, yeah. But though, I must say though, at least for this point, you see the concerns that he's having, I personally feel, it comes down to the problem of what type of player you are. Because some players will like it, some players won't. It just simply is what it is. So you know this part where he said like the world, this whole like relay towers is not preset, and like the zipline part, there's verticality issues and whatnot, right? To a person who wants to play with the world and whatnot, having less preset things feels like a challenge. Do you get what I mean? But when you have more preset things, you're easing the challenge. But for people who want full freedom, preset things pisses them off. But for people who want guidance, that looks nice. So there comes a problem of what is the type of player you're catering to, right? This isn't a problem of the developers anymore, because inherently there's different type of players. You get that? That I'm like, I can't tell you if this is an issue. This is just the nature of it. Have some presets, but not a lot. Of course, if the presets can be moved, yes, which I believe it can. But you see, what's the perfect point, you know, of doing it? So yeah, you have no problem with ignoring presets and doing your way, and then deconstructing the presets later on, right? I will agree. I think if we were trying to satisfy as many players as possible, some presets would be okay. Yeah, inefficient presets would make sense. Yes.
节点设置了没法回头的高低差路。
No, but this part about the zip line, and then, okay, to me, right, just fix this part of the verticality of the map. But I do find there can be some challenge in how we are allowed to zip line and, you know, connect all the towers. There shouldn't be problems. It shouldn't feel limited, but I don't think I need it to feel too vast. Right? I think that's my personal preference when dealing with the how we place everything in the world. Yeah. Okay. By the way, let me just go back to this part, the way earlier part that he talked about the guidance and whatnot. But you see, the problem with this also, when he said like, oh, you don't unlock everything, everything is tiered, is because this is the start of the game. It feels correct, right? Like if you're someone who sweats about base in the game, don't you feel pissed off that everything is tiered, and then like you just want to work on your base already? Your concern, right, is not let's find everything. Your concern is let me get to it and build optimal immediately. Right? There's gonna be some people, some of you will be like that. You're not gonna deal with the halfway points of things. It's let me just boom, go high end. You know, the thing is the game starts with a very empty template from the very, very early part of it. So you end up needing to like repeat. But then there's also the good thing where if you do it slowly like this, you don't burn the people out. But also in this video, he pointed out that it feels like the pace of it, like how you unlock everything, will overwhelm a person who doesn't play Factory. Although I don't think he comments it like this, but I feel that this is at least easier than the previous version for a person who never played Factory before. I do agree though. I don't know if I like the balloon chasing mechanic. I like that everything is a tutorial, but I don't know if I like this weird balloon hunt. Like, it's cute, don't get me wrong. But why make base building and exploration type together? I'm a bit weirded out by it. No, but it's not tight, right? I remember that I can still build all these things without finding the tutorial. Am I correct to say that? It was not a requirement, right? To find all the balloons. It was just... No, then that's not a problem now, is it? It's more like, oh, you want this tutorial? If you don't know how it works, go and find this balloon. But yeah, at the same time, if someone is looking for a tutorial, would it piss them off that I'm like, click. How does this building work? Oh, go to this part of the map. Right? balloons incentivize exploration. Should it be that way? Does tutorial give gems? Yes, which is a very good feature. Right? Pure incentivization for people to play the tutorial. It should stay that way in the main game. How about tie the balloons near to the resources node it's supposed to process? But that means you're locking recipes, no? Locking recipes shouldn't be the way to go. Okay. I do find his concerns. I don't find his concerns wrong in any way. It's interesting. But I do think that at least he's giving his personal take. But his personal take has become the literal core problem of the game right now. What type of player do you satisfy? Right? Because if this was a pure base building game, of course I would have just said go full niche, all nerdy. Boom. But it's especially because this game wants to. I think those of you who are like real base lovers, that type of thing, right? I hope that you guys can give a bit of like benefit of the. No, benefit of doubt is not the correct word. But you all need to understand that I personally feel Hypergriff is doing that genre of game a favor. Like how Hypergriff tries to do tower defense a favor. Where they're trying to make this an access point for people who never played things like this to get interested and to feel that, whoa, this is how it feels like to play a game like this. And then later in the future, they can be picking up the games that you already enjoy. This to me is one of the effects of what this game would do. You guys need to stop gatekeeping the base build genre and say, oh, it's not enough, it's not enough. You need to understand this is literally going to be lots of people's first entry point. But I also agree, it shouldn't be so low like it's kindergarten. You know, it should have difficulty. So, but yes, his whole point right now is very interesting in the sense of, is the current difficulty of the game measured well?
到头来不还是任务式科技树的体验流程吗？这里我们再回看一册，在一册中科技树流程并没有。
Okay, I'll go into the new chapter.
同上。说完了给香亭让步的内容后，接下来就是和工厂建造相关的部分。那第一个要讲的就是建筑面积。在工厂游戏中，对于可建造面积这件事，一般都不会过多的为难玩家。就以我熟知的3款游戏举例，幸福工厂是一整个开放世界，随便一建；像素工厂打下一张图，那就是多一大块地。戴森球计划更是重量级，人家直接换一个星球造。但是在周末地里，这件事很明显就犯了难。周末地本身和幸福工厂一样，野外都是不规则的地形，但在幸福工厂里的管线那可是纯3D判定，你拉上天去扭成麻花都没人管。所以即便是地形复杂比野外，幸福工厂的管线依旧相通。
I never played Satisfactory, sorry guys. This is the first time I'm looking at it.
覆盖地形，等大后期把整个开放世界移平了都行。可在周末地中，它的传送带只是个纯2D 管线，没办法在3D 地形中使用。那在一个3D 游戏里拉2D 管线，除了专门给你画一块平地用来建造外，总不能真让玩家把箱庭移平吧？那问题就在于它这个平地是和箱庭一起的，为了不让这个平地的存在过于突兀，制作组也只能对其大小进行限制。可限制建造区域带来的直接影响，那就是玩家的容错率，尤其是对于新玩家而言，在不知道如何规划生产线的情况下，出现史山产线往往是必然。但如果有充分的可建造面积兜底，那新玩家是完全可以史山外接史山，就别管我效率有多低，也别管我占地多浪费，你就说我这个工厂它赚没赚起来吧。
Oh, no, that is a pretty good line, right? Because the base, I absolutely agree with this line of his. That's a very good point. So he's talking about how the base is limited in size, right? It's bad for. I didn't think about it this way, but now that he said it, yeah, I agree. It doesn't just curb a base loving player of like shit. Well, I'm so limited, you know. But a base building player will naturally try to go for best efficiency. And they'll just do whatever they can. But when I played Endfield and I was reaching towards the later part of the game where I'm optimizing everything, trying to fulfill every single outpost, I realized space was a mega constraint. I was running out of space for sure. And so as a result, I couldn't fulfill other formulas. But now his point is that naturally a new player who might get interested will build inefficiently. But because the size is limited, wouldn't the this limited space feel like a punishment to them? That is very valid. No, but then it becomes a thing where it just punishes anyone, right? Should it be unlimited? There's a reason why the game contextualizes not making it unlimited though. When I say contextualizes, what I mean is that they can't build it beyond that space because those are enemy territory. Huh. Let's hear what he says. I actually don't have an answer.
大不了再找一片新地重新建厂，老厂就丢那不管也无所谓。可周末地由于前面说过的产品线单一的问题，使得目前中盘的用地需求倒也不算太紧凑。那如果制作组还是想回到让玩家自由摸索的任务时刻技术以及交织递进的产品线的话，目前影响最大的倒还真不是总面积，而是建筑面积随区域等级解锁的设定。至于我为什么这么说，你们只需要看一眼主区域和分矿区域的初始面积有多小就知道了。这就导致我好不容易在低等级下挤了一堆设施，结果一升级面积一扩大，发现老厂挤成这样，新厂也不好摆位置。
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So your player level, by the way, when you first start the game, the base is small. And you don't even have the full bus. You only have one line of bus. It's only when you later get into the next player level, like a certain milestone, that your base suddenly expands. So your base is much bigger, then you suddenly have another line of bus, then you're staring at it and you're like, well, if I want to care about efficiency, I did all the hard work now. Then why also that I have to redo it so that I can suit this actual new space that I just got? Right. All pretty good issues that he's talking about. I didn't mind it. Okay, personally, I didn't mind it because I like the joy of building the base. But for anybody else, yeah, I can see people getting pissed with it.
最后要么究极实山，要么只能拆了重建。所以比起新手期卡着掖着没法自由发挥，那还不如一上来就多开放点的好。
At some point, you feel like this is how the base works. Yeah, for me personally, I think I played it to the point that I'm just like, well, maybe rebuilding the base is just part and parcel of what a base is. You know, to rebuild, to make it re-efficient and whatnot. You know, that, like, to me, that might be the fun of a base to begin with, right? Like, even in the base building games, you guys will rebuild as well, right? But yet, at the same time, is rebuilding a thing you do because you feel forced to or because you want to? No? You won't redo your production lines? You pick a new area to start over. So you pick a new area because it's an unlimited canvas. That's the nature of those base building games. Would this make the game overwhelming if it's unlimited size? I mean, I'd be honest to say, because Endfield is a merger of combat and whatnot, there's another base building game that is a merger of combat and base building also, right? Is it Satisfactory? Or is it something else that I'm thinking of? There is one particular game where you can fight monsters while also building a base. Factorial? Is Factorial unlimited? As well. You raid alien creatures, they also raid you. I mean, let's be honest. Can you see, as much as you say, okay, for a base building game, I want unlimited, but can you see it in this game? I can't. I really can't. I don't think it'll look that good. Big is a good solution to me, but no, I don't think it makes sense to make this everywhere. But bigger is definitely a thing. If anything, you see they give preset slots. You mean preset slots as in can build a little bit more than just the current base? Like, they can't build everywhere, but there might be like pockets of where they can build. Which they kind of already do, because you can build in the other maps, but they make it such that every map you can only do one. Clear an enemy base and you can build territory, then you don't need to grind anymore. You're not playing a gacha game. You're playing a paid game. If the whole idea is we're playing Civilization, conquer enemy, boom, build giant mansion, then that's a different game. Just give us a bigger zone. Okay. I try not to pause. Let me listen out to this next chapter that you pointed out here. It's quite long, but 18. Okay, bear with it for 7 minutes.
不过，等科技来到了后期，需要生产的东西也多起来时，如何在不改变当前总面积的情况下，让玩家有更好的体验呢？而这就是我们第二个要讲的物流管线。很显然的是，周末地目前在管线方面的技术力，就真的只能用灾难来形容啊！很难想象一个2册的工厂游戏传送带至今都只有1级，以至于其他的物流组件也只有交叉器和分流器这种最基础的东西。可以说，现阶段周末地的工厂在物流方面没有任何玩头可言，那这就属于是能讲的不多但问题很严重的部分了，因为它真的什么都没有啊。所以唯一能说到的大概就是未来的发展方向，只能说在考虑到目前技术力的情况下，像戴森球计划这类的钩爪组件
I don't see it as a problem, but I know why he thinks it's a problem.
我觉得目前最适合周末地早期过渡的还是像素工厂这类纯2D 的分配组件，比如说路由器、分配器、选择器、一流门这些。当然，要是制作组代码写的明白，直接做一个幸福工厂里那种功能几合一的可编程分配器也不是不行。当然，组件更复杂的前提还是传送带的运力得升级跟上，不然就现在这慢悠悠的1级传送带，你上什么高级组件来都没有用武之地，好吧？那除了管线本身外，另一个影响玩家建造逻辑的就是设施的出入口。那还是我上面提到的3款游戏，我们可以将设施出入口分成3类。第一类是戴森球计划的全向出入口，即每个设施上都有不同位置的开口，而根据玩家管线的输出输入
I don't disagree with him. Whatever he's saying sounds fun to me. I don't know if it sounds fun to someone that is not me.
根据管线的方向当做出入口来使用，同时当2个设施靠在一起时，它们还会自动传递并接收生产好的产物，以此节省空间。第3类则是幸福工厂的单向出入口，即每个设施上都有既定的。
A lot of the people who play this game aren't programmers, man. They can't take if statements.
那学习幸福工厂的
Wait, sorry, I'm just gonna pause here. If we do like if statements and or while loops, like it will burn everyone. Holy. But I'm not sure. I want to hear what's his solution or what is he suggesting here. Because I don't understand if his suggestion is already implemented, right? Because harder technology gets implemented as you explore more worlds. So it's a way to not overwhelm players. I've said this before. The Enfield's approach seems to be, we want difficulty in the base building, but we don't want to overload someone. Which is why from world to world, we're going to introduce new concepts. You want a splitter and merger? At least there is a splitter and merger in the game.
才用的正是单向出入口的设计，可问题在于我们前面说过，幸福工厂是3D 管线，即便有出入口的限制，不想动脑排版的玩家依旧可以无脑拧麻花。所以在周末地目前这个地方小、管线弱的情况下，单向出入口就只是在单纯的增加排版难度了。不过无论是1册还是2册，出入口就只是在单纯的增加排版难度了。
That's the first thing I'm going to disagree with what he's saying. He's saying that because it's so limited, it increases difficulty. Unless it's a translation. No, he did say difficulty in what he just said. Does he mean convenience and not difficulty? There's a difference, right? I agree. It feels like it limits someone's convenience to do what they want. But to say that... again, the problem of if you add more depth to the game, what are you doing to the people who want to try the game? Here is 2D and single output. You already have to think how. Difficulty, satisfactory walk around everything. Yeah, because it's a limited map, right? You can do it everywhere. You don't feel like you'll be punished if you put something down. How does this screw a casual? No, this doesn't. The current way it is has some appeal to casuals already. That casuals will look at this and say, oh, I've never done something like this before. I will give this a shot. A lot of his arguments doesn't feel very mindful to a casual though. So I don't know. What's he suggesting? How would that kill the casuals? What about it? That he wants more like of this, you know, multi-functions, additional things to do? You think a casual want that? I don't understand how you don't understand that a casual will be overwhelmed the more things that you allow someone to do. When it becomes just lock it, that's not what he's suggesting yet though. He's not suggesting to lock. He wants these features in. Do you get that? He's not at the point of just lock. I can also say just lock, but now I'm just looking at only plainly his review. He's not suggesting that. He's suggesting let all this come in from the early point.
他们还会自动传。不想动脑排版的玩家依旧可以无脑，就只是在单查里都有问过关于难度了。不过无论是一测还是二测，制作组在问卷调查里都有问过关于设施出入口的问题，说明他们现在自己也挺纠结这一块的。那在我看来，如果制作组短时间内没办法解决管线方面的技术问题，那么走全向出入口这种排版跟
multi-directional ports, where the buildings might be freely able to choose which direction they go in and out. No, I don't. I have a perspective. I feel like the reason why they lock directions as well is there's one last aspect. Base building in Endfield also feels like a giant puzzle. Does base building in the other games feel like a puzzle? As much as I've played older base building games, some felt like a puzzle, but some also didn't. It does, right? But I feel like making things limited is also going to make it like a puzzle for people though, no? Lack of freedom in some specific methods, which even new players will have a bit of trouble. Yeah, new players might look at the building and be like, wait, it's only set in this direction? Why can't I just freely choose it? But yet at the same time, if they can't freely choose it, it's making them think, don't you think? Right? They might not like the freedom of choice initially. But like when you set restrictions that the building can only come in and out like this, your belts can only be like this. I'm also a bit weirded out by his whole like the conveyor belt don't have much other functions type of thing. I know why. It makes it look very uninteresting when the conveyor belt is so linear in the game. But yet at the same time, at least you're not overcooking it for someone to be like, wait, there's 3 types of belt, now which one do I want to go for? You know? Like, I would like that, but I'm on the basis of when you give too many options, everyone can fry. You know, will people get confused by that? You're thinking too high of humans. There are no belt upgrades. Okay, let me explain why I don't think there are belt upgrades in this game. They decided not to implement belt upgrades, and they decided to. There's also no building upgrade in this game. Everything is single tier. So the way that you optimize within this game is the logic now becomes not let's make my building build faster, let's make my belt move faster, but instead, the whole goal of the base for the most optimal seeking players has become, can I make every belt hold a material? Do you understand what I mean? Since all the things are fixed speed, fixed time, right? The biggest challenge within the game right now actually is, can I always make sure there's no gaps between my belts? So you don't solve the problem just by leveling up. Do you understand what I mean? You solve the problem by trying to do your base or arrange your base as optimally as possible. I find that that's a very different craft though of a base building game. You can't cheat. You're trying to optimize within your limitations. It conflicts with a certain designs and space. Yes, I agree. Unbelt name tier 1 a low speed belt. That was in alpha. It's not there in beta. From what you see, Enfield beta is purely, factory is purely 2D. But the port is, this system is designed like 3D. A part of me did think that the reason why the base became so 2D also is to mimic, like, you know how AK is the grid-based system? I thought it was supposed to be a throwback to it. No. No, it really makes sense, right? It is supposed to mimic the AK system, grid by grid, grid by grid. Belt upgrade could outpace the production speed. Correct. No, because okay, you see it this way. It takes 2 seconds for so right now within the base, the current thing is that for a material to traverse one belt grid, it takes 2 seconds. Most buildings takes 2 seconds to produce the material. So in an optimal system, everything flows beautifully, right? But later on in the game, you realize that certain buildings takes 10 seconds or needs more materials, right? Certain buildings take 2 seconds but needs multiple materials. And then certain buildings takes a longer... Are there any buildings that takes 10 seconds? No, there are. I vaguely remember there is. Some buildings takes more, while others still take 2 seconds, but it needs more inputs. And those inputs are not like direct, you can take from your depot. It's like byproducts. So, even though it feels very limiting, I personally felt like it's a different kind of challenge though. Your entire goal is to work around this limitation to figure out, like, if you're really such a base sweat, your biggest concern is, how do I make sure that every material never stops moving? Right? The factory must go on. You never want to see a belt freeze. So when you try to increase the belt speed in the current version of the game, the problem is, does the buildings increase as well? Do you understand what I mean? Because increasing belt speed does not solve everything. The buildings also must increase speed with it. And then if you do that, then suddenly you have to increase everything. Does the game have power limitations? Unlimited power tower. But no, yes, there is power limitations. It's by your originum that you mine. So yeah, I'm not very certain. Like, with all these problems that he's talking about. And also some of you who say that I don't think the base is that interesting or there's not enough depth right now. Because it's like, your concern is freedom, but the game is really designed in a way that there is a game. you're gonna have the joy to puzzle, to solve. You know, especially if you don't look at an answer or a template or a blueprint. There is a space for you to figure out how to arrange things. You know, that's what I personally spent a lot of time in when I was playing it. The base building feels too linear now. What does it mean when the base building is not linear? Base buildings can be not linear. I need to picture that. What does that mean? Because to me, base building, any base building game I play have always felt linear. I don't get what that means. If it just looks bigger, it's still linear at the end of the day. A game is a game, but this is gacha. All that matters is rewards and gambling. Welcome to Enfield. Later on, they might add upgrade belts. I agree that they might do something with the belts in the later part of the game. I mean, we saw Hongshan. Hongshan introduced the water system. And we only saw the surface level of the water system. I can tell you, right, as soon as I got into Hongshan and how it was so different with the first map, I was like, this is going to grind people's gears. The new buildings are already like additionally annoying compared to the frontal buildings. And thank God, at the time when I played Enfield, most of the new buildings were not necessary. So what I mean to say is, there were things that included water in their formula, and it can make something, but at that time of playing the game, I don't need them to progress. But if I needed to use them, I can tell you, it was going to take time for me to build and figure out what exactly is optimal. So to me, like when a lot of people say it's too linear, there's not enough, I feel like you're not getting that. The game is trying to step by step the process of getting to places. You need it again for gold gear. No. The gold gear was fine. The formula for the gold gear was quite easy. It was just one of the building needs water, clean that water. Boom. The one that pissed me off was the Crucible. The Crucible building, I mean, I will get it after playing some time. I can tell you for sure that will be the first building that is going to hurt people, even if you're a base building guy. So, yeah.
自由的思路肯定是没错的。等未来把管线啥的整明白了，再去搞单向出入口的事。
You also need to ship products from one world to another. You don't. It's an option, but you don't. It ships every 1 hour. So it's very inefficient right now in the game. I don't understand that feature. What happens in the Crucible? I think the Crucible was like 2 water pipe. Yeah, I think it was 2 water pipe. And 3 material slots. So there's some formulas with that. And then the 2 water pipe was not like... It was not water only. I think there was another type of liquid that could enter the Crucible. Which also meant, do you want to like, you know, make that liquid in a certain place first, then chug it into the Crucible, or like, whatnot? I can't remember. No, it wasn't... Actually, was it waste? No, that doesn't make sense, because the recipe won't have waste, but yeah. How many people are interested in the factory genre? Lots of people. There's a lot of... Okay, here's the thing to understand about the interest of Enfield as well. There's a lot of people waiting for this game, despite not having played a factory game as well. Because they are also hoping that this game is their entry into the game. Next region will be gas. Next region will have... I mean, I can see gas being a mechanic. But that becomes a bit like the enjoyment of Enfield, you see. That like... I feel that when they... Because... Of course, your first world might feel very small for a person who has played a factory game before. But the fact that the new maps in the future, and every time when they do a content cycle, they're gonna add like new features of a base building game that you might find, right? Because there are base building games with water as a feature, correct? So if they start implementing more and more variant types of materials that you're not used to, it will make sure that it's always fresh for you to experience the base building. So yeah.
不过，为了让目前管线问题没那么明
I think it comes down to the question of, can players who really look forward to the base building part because you have experience be comfortable that the first area is just inherently easy? To you is inherently easy. And then as the later map goes on, it gets serious business. Do I think they'll incentivize future mechanics in older areas like having water in Valley 4? They might. They might. Winter World will be awesome to add. Oh, I'm super certain water mechanic will happen in the Winter World. I am very certain. I'm so sure that whenever we get the snowy map, it's like whatever Sami is basically in Enfield. There's gonna be a temperature mechanic for the base, which means you might need to keep the buildings warm. And that already sounds like, whoa, hold on, you envision the base. It already sounds like it can get difficult, doesn't it?
明显，制作组也是端出了一个解决办法，那就是我们第3个要讲的物流总线。在像素工厂这类有基地核心设定的游戏里，各种资源都可以直接运进核心，统一储存并使用；而在设施需要中间产物时，也可以直接从核。
Actually, yes. Last thing, and then let me finish what this guy wants to say. I feel like for a lot of people who watch Enfield reviews, if you watch Tobo's review, or like you watch anybody else, or you see some gameplay, I feel like a lot of people are not taking the time to imagine the what it could be. You're too limited to staring at the beta of Enfield and not realizing that if the this is why I keep telling you guys, my biggest concern on Enfield is not about what you guys are seeing. It's the content cycle. What is the content cycle of this game? If the content cycle is always about new map, new enemies, new mechanics, base gets spicy, enemies get spicy, that is then what I call the game will be fucking good. No matter how much you complain about this game right now, the content cycle is the fucking thing. Like, if you can... Me telling you guys to imagine the what it could be, right? Like, what could the next map be? What could the new base mechanic be? Or what the enemies will behave like. That is the excitement of the game. To me. And that's also why I say there's no point to think that the game right now is bad or not good enough. You just need to be fed with very interesting content cycle that is enough to shut you up and say, you know what, this game good. You understand what I mean? Hence why I say I can't judge the game until I see it release.
核心里卸载数据运往设施。相反的，戴森球计划和幸福工厂就属于无基地核心设定的游戏，生产出来的素材需要玩家自行建造仓库来储存。那么为了方便后期能够统一调度资源，玩家
most content will be side event. Yeah, but so that's the thing. Is side event in Enfield just boring stories? You know, random character, one character gets a side story. Like, yeah, what if Enfield is just full Vignet? You know like how AK has Vignet events and main events? To me, right, a lot of time in HSR, everything is just a Vignet event. After the main big patch, right, everything is just a Vignet. And I think that would be fucking boring. But if everything in AK, like Enfield, is more loaded by main. You know, or even in the side story, if, like, imagine how AK, every side story that you see, like a Yerek event, a Sargon event, it's not just, oh, let's reuse the enemies. It's, let's get new enemies into play, let's show you a new part of the world. Even if it doesn't expand a whole new region, it just expands one new part of the map. Because one new part of the map always means there's a new part that you can build. Right? There might be a new material you get to see. There might be some new enemies. There might be some new lore you get to see. That is what I want to experience.
到设施就可以被称为物流总线。而在周末地里也有基地核心的设定，玩家可以直接往核心里运输或往外卸载资源。虽说主基地设定的进口有14个，但出口却只有6个，想完全依靠主基地来装卸资源是完全不够的。
Yep, I agree.
因为建造区域小，人造物流总线这种事也根本办不到，所以制作组的解决方法是直接给了玩家一个现成的物流总线，但只有
even that is limiting.
区域有，这是个 L 型贴在可见到区域最边缘的总线，玩家可以自由在其上设定出入口，以此解决资源装卸的问题。当玩家解锁了总线后，由于不再需要围绕着基地核心建设，主区域的建造面积压力也算是缓解了不少，这也确实是个好思路。当然，除了物流总线外，像像素工厂和戴森球计划这样区域分矿众多，但各区域之间无法直接互通资源的游戏，为了跨区域调度资源，游戏里就还有专门的星际物流组件，以此让玩家建造更大型的星际物流中心，从而调度各区域间巨量的资源。而在周末地中，每个大章区域之间共享一个资源仓库，也就是在同章的各个分基地中不需要来回运资源，但在不同的章节里，玩家就需要考虑资源调度的问题了。那制作组也是知道物流调度功能肯定得做，但如果专门做个调度用的设施，又觉得会不会太麻烦，所以他们最后得出的办法是直接在基地核心里内置了一个资源调度功能。这本来是个减负的好事，但坏就坏在这玩意它只能向另一张调度一种资源，也就是谷地向锦龙传输一个，锦龙向谷地传输一个
I mean,
就没了。最高的
I'm with you. It is very weird.
我这效率还
It's a new mechanic, and I don't think they executed it very well.
我肉身搬货都能给我整个仓库搬过去了，只能说作为一个半成品系统，它要解决起来也比别的系统简单得多。那第4个部分则是俯视角镜头。由于周末地本身还是个3D 游戏，那在2D 管线的建造上用越肩视角肯定是不方便的，所以周末地专门出了一个俯视角模式。但这个俯视角模式的可缩放范围有点太小了，对于大范围的规划或是删除设施都不怎么方便。而且最重要的是，我没办法在俯视角下欣赏我的整个工厂啊。而又由于该模式只能在建造区域内开启，结果在锦龙这个新章节里，玩家就遭了老罪。简单来讲，就是在这第2个大章的新区域中，玩家解锁了水管相关的新科技。而水管因为是有 Z 轴的管线，锦龙章节也是围绕着运水这个核心新增了部分玩法与科技，大体就是箱庭里的抽水与放水的解谜，从河里运水到矿区使用水矿机，以及运到家里使用水设施。可问题就在于，虽说这玩意有 Z 轴，但其本质上其实只是一个高度固定的2层跨桥，只有在野外才有 Z 轴的高度判定。
Yeah, his problem seems to be the freedom of the game.
算是纯2D 管线，且即便在
And I don't know if that's a problem to me.
Z 轴上自由调节高低，这一时
I don't think there's anything wrong with anyone feeling like it's a problem, but it's just
特别难受。
Yeah.
从外面拉水管进矿区或是家里，每次都要拉老长一条，结果你还不能在非建造区域打开俯视角模式，只能顶着越肩视角硬拉水管。这一点在本册
Okay, so he's bothered about how there's no top-down view.
，OK，区域外没有俯视角模式的原因，很大的可能是因为各种上方有遮挡的场景太多了，制作组还没有去做专门的虚化适配。那这个就只能看未来制作组要怎么解决了。
Okay, no, that's good advice.
建造部分里最后要讲的，则是一个游戏里还没有的内容——蓝图。这个东西有多重要？那玩过工厂游戏的观众自然不必多说。简单来讲，就是你可以把自己建好的工厂通过蓝图复制保存，并以此批量建设，节约时间。同时，当你某个厂子建的位置不对，但厂子本身功能没问题时，就可以利用蓝图复制，然后换个更适合的位置粘贴，而不是像本册一样必须得拆了重建。不过蓝图对于周末地来说，更关键的用法其实是方便新手以及那些真的对自动化工厂有兴趣的玩家。就像我前面说过的一样，即便本册的新手教程做得非常丰富，但做完教程回头就忘了的情况也大有人在。所以制作组完全可以在玩家完成新手教程后，把在教程里建造的那个工厂作为蓝图送给玩家。这样如果玩家想精进自己的技艺，便可以在蓝图的基础上直接修改。如果真的不感兴趣，只想摆烂的话，那蓝图也能保证工厂的基础运行，不至于卡关。总之不管怎样，蓝图这个功能该有肯定还是得有的。那么以上
No, that is a very I'm gonna say that's not a horrid suggestion. It's a suggestion that doesn't make you take away from the game. It's why not give people free blueprints? It might not need to be efficient, but then there is at least a way to do it, right? So it shows people a bit of the flow. But Even that feels like it's taking away from the game though. Because I don't think that's what Endfield should be. The thing is that blueprints are required because the thing that you need to build is big. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like you see all those examples that you put, all those big setups, it's because it is big. So when you say a blueprint in the case of this, it's like you're copying from one map and you want to do the same thing into another map. So you copy and then you paste. Makes sense because you do all the hard work. But you see how like the formulas in this case, it's like one input, 3 buildings, 1 output. It's so weird that you're making a blueprint or like you're giving a fixed answer just for that kind of flow. When in truth, blueprints are for bigger things. So it only makes sense if the base in the game is truly very big. Saving your own blueprint and then being able to switch between them. That's a nice feature. So what some of you are saying is, actually that does solve a problem that I have, which is, remember how I told you guys, if you build like your own chain of the base, and then now if I run out of space and I want to introduce a new material, then it becomes a bit of a complication. But if I can save that layout, I erase it, and then maybe because the current material I'm making is not important to me, right? So I erase it, and then I introduce a new thing. So basically, I can switch. You get what I mean? Switchable blueprints might be a thing that I might ask for. You understand the suggestion I'm making? Because it works so hard to make all your base, right? But what if all of a sudden you don't need certain parts of your base? So what you can do is you save that part of the base, you deconstruct half of the site, you reconstruct that half because you want this chain to stay, but you no longer need these chains. And then like erase, build your site, save. Then you can layout 1, layout 2. Right? To me, that feels nice. Then you know what you need to do. That's a first good idea for me. That actually helps me solve problems. But I don't want shareable blueprints. I don't want shareable blueprints, but I think I do like the idea of savable layouts or like savable blueprints. You know, what did one of you say? Did one of you recommend something? There should be a feature that allows you to simply select an area, highlight all the buildings and belt, and just move it by a few tiles. Oh no! I also want that feature. I don't know why it's not in the game yet. That like I can't just drag everything and then just move. Okay. You make set blueprints of certain section where you can move them in and out, but you have to connect them. So basically, I think a lot of you are saying you like the idea of personal blueprints, but you guys are all agreeing blueprints shouldn't be shared. Right? Those are wonderful ideas. Well, I should say that in the video soon. I feel like what I'm saying is not hard to implement. Like, even if I ask for it now, and if they were to watch it, they could think about it. Right? I don't think that's hard to code per se. There's difficulty, don't get me wrong, but it's not a world-changing thing. What's the point of actually if other people are online doing it for you? Yeah. But of course there will be people who do it. Okay.
就讲完了工厂的建造部分，接下来便是建造产出之后的资源部分。
Resource consumption is the next chapter. I mean, I actually talked about my review at the end of this chapter. By the way, let me also state, when I did the call with Tobo, do you see how I feel there's a fundamental difference between how Tobo review and how this guy review? This guy feels very bearable for me to hear because I feel like he's very neutral. he's neutrally giving his suggestions and what he wants and what not, and I can take it. I can understand his reasoning. That this is what I was hoping for when I say, "Oh, what's a good Enfield review?" Like my biggest problem is Tobo's double or triple review, whichever way you all see it, really amass a whole crew of people that doesn't know how to play the game and just formulate their opinion because of him. Of course, this guy's gonna talk about combat soon, so we'll get there when you get there. I think that must be part 2.
是产物资源的消耗。前面我们说过，由于高阶产物不需要低阶产物合成，像是用来造角色装备的元件类产物，跟随装备从高到低分了整整4个品质。等你科技一换代，那低阶就是烂仓库了。高阶元件也没好到哪里去，毕竟单个产物的基地储存上限是1万，而造一件装备只需要消耗50个元件，也就是
my screen blacked out, didn't I?
产物不需要低阶产物合成，像是用来造角色装备的元件类产物，跟随装备从高到低分了整整4个品质。等你科技一换代，那低阶就是烂仓库了。高阶元件也没好到哪里去，毕竟单个产物的基地储存上限是1万，而造一件装备只需要消耗50个元件，也就是一次上线可以造200件装备。那一个人又只需要4件，这整整50套装备，那真是几个版本都用不完。同理，就还有用来造设施的芯片类产物，这玩意造一个设施最多也只需要20个，1万个芯片那是真的可以造一趟用1年。其他的就还有像炸弹这种用量不大的探索。
his points. Okay. To explain this part, so the material to produce gear only needs 50 copy so far within the game. So I did say this as well. Gear is a nice thing in the game where there's no randomness, right? And I hope it stays without randomness. But because there's no randomness, you can create a finite amount of gear and live with it. So there's something very odd about the material used to create the gear, where you can create so much gear to the point that you no longer need that material. So I'm also sitting in that position of like, then what's this for? You know? This video was not a review, it's to address the approach he felt needs to be discussed. What? Oh, you mean like Tobo's video? I know. He just wanted a discussion. But I'm not buying into it. I personally, the reason why I was okay with this like 10,000 slots and then you can make infinite gear is because then you don't have to create a production line anymore. Right? If you still want to re-explore this gear of materials, you can just build them again. Build them with the resources you already have. Deconstruct that line. I wonder what he's gonna say though. I did just find it I just sit there feeling a bit weird. I don't know if it's meant to be or not meant to be. This is all by adding new gear? No, but when they add new gear, you know what ends up happening? You're just pursuing the higher tier material. So you really can erase one material line. There's a lot of situations in this game where because you progress in the game, you erase the material line from your existence.
道具第一天主线让我造5个这玩意，场子建出来后就直接睡觉了。结果第2天醒来一看，仓库里直接1万个炸弹。然后后面几天在完全是走一路炸一路的情况下，用到第6天，那手里还剩下5000多，用不完，根本用不完。那么如何
reducing the storage material? Then it feels like a punishment, right? Why is it especially that the gear materials must be less?
去消耗这些产物就是一个大问题，毕竟工厂类游戏有需求才会有目标。那么周末地目前的解决办法就是据点系统。
Okay, yeah, so there's the Outpost.
我们的每一个分
Oh, the first person in the entire... He's not even the Ian space. The first person that I get to hear talk about Outposts. I really don't think anyone apart from me talks about this part of the game.
工矿区域都对应了一个据点，我们可以在总栏里为每个据点选择订单，散交对应的货物后即可获得据点货币。据点货币则是在据点商店中使用，该商店的性质比较像本家的信用币商店，该货币上限为1万点，超出上限的部分。
I just realized he talked about the gear thing without proposing a solution, which goes to say he also doesn't know how to fix it.
除了货币外，完成订单还可以增加据点的经验，提升据点的等级。随着每大张据点总等级的提升，对应区域 域的高阶繁荣度也会开放。那繁荣度就是其他游戏里的世界等级，等级越高，地图资源越丰富，敌人等级也会越高。无论你是想拿完商店货物，还是想在前期。
So, okay, let me explain this section that he's talking about. So, this will be big for those of you who don't play Endfield well. World level in Genshin and Wuwa depends on you, right, as a player level. So, something that is very unnatural is that your outpost level, so the orders that you make, because I explained to you guys, you can make orders, you can sell materials, right? Your outpost level changes your world level, not your account level. So the thing is, I don't know how people react to that. Because this is the part where it makes you feel like you have to do your base. This is the game also saying, you want to progress, your base must also come first. So will this piss any player off? Or will players buy into it and say, hey, it's something new? At least it's not a random account level. It's a bit like Wuwa. How does Wuwa increase a world level? Wuwa probably did it by the game, or like your passing a certain boss. Data bank. Huh? What does it by a data bank? What does that mean? You have to find more information? Account EXP. What does it by account level? No, so it's just account level basically, right? Locked out of a higher world level because you... Getting locked out of a higher world level because you didn't have a high enough account level was annoying. Yes, here's the thing. Your world level doesn't care if you're a fully built character, like person. The enemy levels do go up, by the way, when you increase the world level in this game. But again, it's bound by your base, which is just very unnatural. Never seen before in any other game. You're always under level. Wait, let's ask this. Can you decrease world level in Genshin? Can you decrease world level in Wuwa? Both can? Can you mat decrease? Only by 1. Can you mat decrease in Wuwa then? One per day? But it does nothing. Decrease limited by time. Why can't make the adaptive zone? Wait. I need to explain to you the significance of world level. Some of you are getting like a bit, you're comparing this to the games that you're familiar with. So let me tell you what changes with the world level within this game. When you increase the world level in this game, the natural thing is that enemies become tougher. So it means that they drop better, they have better drops basically. But one of the other mega difference is that your base building capabilities are also changed. So the amount of materials you can farm increases. The number of like zip lines or like the number of like towers that you build increases because they do limit it within this game. Then the amount of mines. So you know you've set your mine already, right? For like whatever ore that you want or whatever that you're farming for basically in the world. The rate of getting them increases with your world level. So the thing about world level in this game is they don't call it a level. They call it prosperity, actually. Yeah, the game doesn't call it world level. They call it prosperity level. You're trying to make that part of the map more prosperous because your base has improved, right? And since your base is at a certain stage, that's why you can increase it, and you are getting more resources in order to boom, keep getting up. The problem with this is that at high level, you get stuck with max level. That's too simple. Hope they make the mob adaptive to the player character. Oh, your concern is you hope that they make the mobs adaptive to the level. Let me explain to you something about your concern then. Enemies being too easy once you're too strong is not the problem that I feel Endfield should fulfill. Because you think about it in the case of AK, right? Every new event we play, what happens? Normal stages are just, you know, we get through them. No issue. New boss, ignore mechanic, Whistle, boom! You get what I mean? Then we get EX stages, then we get S stages, right? But in truth, let's not talk about even the EX or the S. We have IS, right? Worlds being easy is not the issue. It's the replayable game modes that will exist in this game. Are they genuinely fun or not? Do you get where I'm going? Do we need to go around killing enemies in the world daily or weekly? If we can, that can be hard. I will explain that when this guy talk about combat. If I don't answer your question, ask. But no, at this point in the game, we actually don't know. Let me answer that first. But, as in, I will talk about the what you need to do daily part. That's something I'm concerned about with this game. Okay, but by the way, this prosperity level in this game, you can toggle from 1 to 4. There's four tiers of prosperity. Of course, most of you then say, why lower? To which I answer, you probably wouldn't. But if you suddenly want to because you feel like the world is too hard for your characters, you could. But if you progress well in the game, you probably wouldn't.
快速提升繁荣度拿资源，据点订单这一块都值得你在工厂里捣鼓上一会儿。毕竟越高级的订单，获得的经验货币越多，其所需的产物也越难造。那虽说玩家目标是有了，也有地方花资源，可目前游戏里烂仓库的杂项产物实在太多，即便是优化了配方，那也不能全去压榨据点，是吧？那么在现在的游戏
If you focus on leveling the outpost, the mods will become harder. Yes, but they have better drops.
里就还有3个内容可以担此大任。其一便是2册新增的塔防玩法，其他工厂游戏中无论塔防玩法在游戏里是何种地位，它们的共同点都是需要玩家去生产对应弹药，并搭建管线为防御塔输送。可在中末地中，无论是什么防御塔，想让它运行，只需要接入电网就行了。这怎么说呢？因为中末地箱庭里不能拉传送带，就算要拉，拉的到处都是，那不仅费时还不好看。所以这种简化的思路肯定没问题。那我们能不能在这种思路上把弹药加进去呢？自然也没问题。那首先还是要把那些杂项产物都统合起来，再分一部分用作弹药的配方。弹药在生产出来后直接运家里，接着在野外摆放防御塔时，可以选择防御塔消耗的弹药种类或等级，然后防御塔就会自动消耗仓库里的弹药进行战斗。当然在设定上你就可以说是无人机在给它运弹药，对吧？这样便还能拓展出不同等级的弹药伤害不同、不同类型的弹药效果不同之类的玩法。玩家可以根据自己的喜好自行生产，大幅增加玩法空间。不过我个人还构想过一个东西，那就
Bro, your idea is wow. So he wants ammo customizable tower in the game. I'm not against it. But like, we can take it slow, I guess.
就是跨区域火力支援，大致就是建几个导弹塔放家里。
Yeah, it makes the resources more meaningful.
直接呼叫火炮支援，或者再牛逼点，直接建个天基武器控制台，对着敌人就是夸夸一顿造，那爆爽的好吧？这样一来，既解决了后期资源溢出的问题，又给工厂模式后期增加了可玩性。毕竟战争巨构它也是巨构，对吧？不过由于目前的塔防玩法只能在专门的模式中体验，正常箱庭探索中防御塔是帮不上什么忙的，所以游戏里的各种道具也应该发挥一下作用。那么其二便是道具的消耗，在本册中道具分为3类，第一个是探索用道具，这个被分进了探索功能当中。目前除了装水的瓶子能主动释放的就只有一个炸弹，对，就是我前面说的造了1万个的那个炸弹。那这一块我只能说制作组的想象力还是太贫瘠了一些。炸弹这个东西除了在探索中障碍快速炸矿外
He has the same complaint as me. I talked about this when I was playing the game, which is like, remember when I created 10,000 bombs as well? I did it in my own gameplay. And then I did it on the enemy. And then I realized I couldn't throw another bomb. And I was just there like, huh, really? I don't get to be a menace to everyone?
本身还是有伤害的，虽然不能在战斗状态下使用，但只要距离
No, and yeah, when you're too high of a level, the bomb don't do enough damage because the bomb is a fixed damage.
控制的好是可以无伤炸死对面的。那讲道理，你都这样了，为什么不把它设计成战斗期间也能使用呢？你说我正好技能放完了，丢个炸弹不伤害啥的也没啥毛病吧？而且这个炸弹完全可以往更实用的方向去发展，比如战斗机制里是有元素反应的，那我整几个元素炸弹来补充队伍技能轴。
Elemental bombs! I want to see that. That's a good idea. Elemental bombs is a very good idea.
是不是打法就更多样了呢？当然，这种境界产物就没必要应用工厂来生产，我们可以只需要做出基础产物，比如那10000个普通炸弹后，便可以直接在背包里和别的机。
No, correct. So that's the thing. I said this to you guys as well. The problem with unlimited bomb works is then what's the point of your team? You see? That's when they allow us to use a bomb against an enemy, and if they were to now introduce, oh, we can keep doing it, then your team members just don't do anything. Right? So I'm also a bit there like, yeah, so what is the way to solve this? You know, we want consumables to have more meaning, and yet now the issue is this. I have a good solution though. Because it merges with his idea of the ammo tower. In order to not make players abuse. Because the game also doesn't want players to necessarily abuse towers as well. But if I have a tower that can use the consumable bomb that I'm using right now, where I can load it up with bombs and it will just mortar gunner, but instead of mortar gunner like a freaking Gatling gun, it does it as an interval, it makes it less abusive. Right? Because yeah, the problem with unlimited is people abuse, then the team doesn't make sense anymore. But if you use it on the tower, where the tower is a set interval and you are just loading up bombs, then it sounds less abusive now, right? That like, oh, at least the bomb comes out 5 seconds, 10 seconds, instead of I get to throw it every single time. Make bomb use a tiny amount of SP, then we just need SP charger team. Arknight, go, bomb, boom. Arknight, go, bomb, boom. you get the problem. A tower launching bomb is also abuse. No, but like I said, with a long interval, it doesn't sound as abusive. The problem with limited bombs is wanted to use up the materials we're making. I agree. It is a fascinating problem. I mean, I feel for them. I'm wondering how will they solve this. Limited amount per fight would be cool. Limit the consumable per fight. Including like what, an elemental bomb as well? That's a second suggestion. But I do agree with him. I also want the towers to feel more significant. Is it wrong for the towers to feel more significant? Does it make the players look less important? But why would that be an issue, right? We do that a lot in AK, where we use the event mechanic to our advantage to play it. So why can't we do the same in Endfield? Right? It's not like we will do it forever. It's almost like you're introducing a second way to play the game, or a third way to play the game. Should they be more willing to let the free items that we get to construct in the base do the combat for us? What do you all think? Because now the topic is, let's put it this way, right? If Endfield lets us construct towers freely, we get to put it all around, which we already can, but the problem now is they're very weak. Do you all mind that the towers are completing the fight for you? To me, if the devs might feel comfortable, what I feel like this could do is for the players that don't want the characters, or like haven't gotten the characters, right? They can use the towers to fight on behalf of their weaker units. Then only when they build the characters, then they get in and they use their gacha characters to play. Do you understand what I mean? I don't think it's a problem of making the gacha characters feels irrelevant, but you have just given people more different ways of playing the game. Right? Look no further in Monster Hunter. You can throw poison, set traps. It doesn't nullify your gameplay. Right? Make the towers destroyable by enemies. So you can no, it can be destroyed. Towers can always be destroyed by enemies in the game right now. Isn't towers for passive farming? On certain parts, it's not everywhere. It's only on this thing called energy alluvium within the game. You can use it anywhere else, yes, but it's not significant enough in the other parts of the map. Yeah, you can use it on raids as well. Yeah. What a fascinating problem. This guy is asking more questions that I'm concerned of. More important questions about the game that will truly benefit the game. Fuck the conversation on dodge.
技术产物一起快捷合成，这样用起来也会更方便。那第二个道具种类就是很多游戏里都有的 buff 食物，需要提前吃有时限的那种。而第三个则是战术道具，你可以给角色配置各种各样效果和触发条件不同的道具，当在战斗中达成触发条件后，便会自动使用并消耗。每场战斗最多触发3次，而这个消耗则是直接从你当前的背包里耗。如果背包里对应的道具用光了，那就不会触发。这两者虽然聊的人不多，但我个人是不太满意的。主要原因有2点：一是战前吃饭加 buff 这种事，我敢说在手游里绝大部分玩家可能都想不起来自己上一次吃饭是什么时候的事儿了。主要原因还是使用起来太过麻烦，你又不是猫饭，战前吃完无时限顶一整局，也不是鬼人药，随时都能从道具栏里掏出来喝。一个只持续几分钟的东西，还要每次专门从背包里掏出来吃，真不怪玩家不爱用，好吧？那我问你，明明一侧的道具机制还是在道具栏里放置3种，然后可以按键切换，使用时会弹出角色轮盘并进入10环，在此你可以自行选择给谁使用，用完后道具则进入 CD， 在非战斗状态下道具则没有 CD。 你说你拓展一下栏位，然后把那些吃的喝的全放在这个快捷栏里，你看玩家用的勤不勤？
Wait, sorry, Mr. Line. What if we bring over and expand the system to let players assign food items on there? What? Oh, he wants to get the character wheel back, which means it will slow down the gameplay. There's no way you're doing a character wheel without slowing down the gameplay.
在非战斗状态下道具则没有 CD， 你说你拓展一下栏位，然后把那些吃的喝的全放在这个快捷栏里，你看玩家用的勤不勤快就是了。这样一来，食物药物类型的产物消耗不也有了一个稳定的去处？就是要我说，其他有食物的游戏也早该出个快捷使用栏了，毕竟大
FL gameplay, man. How we miss FL.
大部分玩家不吃的原因，那是真不想吃吗？还不是吃起来太麻烦导致的。那么其3则是游戏里一个存在感极低的玩法。
No, but yeah, I get his question though. It's a question I also don't have a solution to, which is like, yeah, you want the idea of selecting the player, but there's no way to select. Can you? Can you select while you're in a fast-paced gameplay? You want auto and manual. MH is no slowdown. Implement it without a slowdown. In MMO, they just do it. It does mean that they need a new mapping. You have to code that. It will be a bit annoying to them. Auto healing and no bullet target skill was the worst changes for you. There's targeting though, but I get what you mean by this. Is the targeting is not the most convenient thing in the game. Mapping is quick and simple, it'll be implemented. No, by the way, I think mapping is very simple for computer. Are they ready to implement it on mobile and on console? Cause like, we saw the console gameplay recently. Is there an available mapping tool that they haven't clicked on? You get my point? Is there? Yeah, mobile will also mean they probably have to add a new player. Sorry, a new button. So that means like probably on top of the consumable button, they need to add like an item button, and then when they click on the item button, they have to still click on the character in the middle. R2 and analog for the gadget wheel. I think R2 is getting used now, no? Oh no, but they did R1 during the showcase. I'm not sure about R2. Yeah, but you get what I mean, right? The problem that people are trying to solve is not as simple as, oh, why don't you just do it? So easy. But it's a problem because of what platforms they're choosing to release this game on. Okay. Let me just click on the character picture, switch the character. For what now? To switch characters, sure, but not the item. How do you tell that you want to click on an item?
发电电力系统作为很多工厂游戏设施的运转核心，如何利用手头的科技与资源尽可能的发电，是每个玩家从头到尾都需要考虑的问题之一。因为在别的游戏里，随着产业的扩大，科技的提升，耗电量也会越来越大。此时低级的发电手段已经无法维持，所以需要高级燃料的高级发电科技就是玩家的下一步选择。那制造高级燃料的过程，同样也是消耗资源的过程。可在周末地里，发电的科技就只有热能池，发电的资源也只需要最基础的原矿，加之游戏里设施的耗电量也不高，导致这玩意你只需要开局摆一排之后就再也不会缺电了。由于这玩意实在是过于简陋，以至于它和物流管线都是属于本身没有问题，但问题就是它什么都没有，所以这东西就还是得看制作组的想法了。
Okay, so he's not providing a solution, he's just waiting to see what the devs do. I'm also on the basis of it doesn't need depth. The depth can come in other means. But I get what he means, you know? Yeah, just do what I say. Give us a IC map and freeze our electricity or something. You know? Or suddenly give me a map where Originium is sparse and I have to do something vastly different.
要是实在整不明白，先暂时取消掉发电玩法，等未来整明白了再给它作为新章节的新科技来玩，也不是不行，对吧？那么说完了资源的消耗，接下来就是资源的销毁问题。
It'd be much cooler if you have a nuclear reactor. Oh, I agree. As a Red Alert player, nuclear reactor in any game is a great thing.
因为我们说过，往基地核心里运资源的事情，在像素工厂中，每个地区的基地核心都是有资源储存上限的，且每种资源的上限独立。当上限装满时，多余的运进核心的资源便会被自动销毁。而在戴森球计划和幸福工厂这类没核心的游戏中，因为资源需要玩家自己储存，销毁与否就是玩家自己的选择。可在周末地中，作为一个有基地核心的游戏，它却依旧选择了幸福工厂那样的手动资源销毁。是的，一旦基地核心里的某种资源达到的上限，核心就会直接停止接收，进而导致整个产线因为前方堵塞停产。这个问题在其他产物交织产出的游戏里，一个产物它往往连接的不止一个厂子，一旦其中一环停摆，就很容易导致整个厂子一起罢工。但在周末地这个产线独立的游戏里，反而没什么太大影响，停了那也就停了。可制作组又偏偏要像戴森球计划那样，给所有停摆的设施上面亮一个红色感叹号，这也导致几乎所有用途单一的厂子，绝大部分时间都是停摆状态的满江红。我们前面也说过，自动化工厂游戏很大一部分乐趣就是欣赏自己工厂的运转，可在周末地里就只剩下了你设施的红的，尤其是这样一个原料资源无限的长期运营游戏里，不给基地核心的资源自动销毁。
This is a complaint I did not expect.
我们前面说过。
Okay, that's a very unique complaint. I'm not against it. Yeah, he's saying that the joy of looking at the base is to see the base continuously go. Like he's saying in other games when the production stop, it's fine because it's like a punishment. It's telling you you must do something. But in the case of Endfield, it stops, but you don't have to do anything because it's not like it's broken. You just got maximum of a material. Yeah, you want the feeling where the production must keep going. So should that mean that we don't cap it at 10,000 or we cap it at 10,000 and you produce beyond it, you just keep the factory going? What should the solution this be? However, if you're providing for the outpost, it should never stop. Even so, that's a weird, cheap way to keep the production going. Interesting problem. I didn't think of this as a complaint.
周末地核心仓库里的每种资源上限是独立的，也就是每种资源只有一个坑位，不能像自建仓库的游戏那样可以随意拆分资源组。可又因为销毁功能只能在仓库中进行，这使得你想销毁背包里的多余物品，就只能先拖进仓库里才行。然后如果这时仓库是满的，那你还得先把仓库里的销毁一部分，再去清理背包。但如果你是在野外背包满了，那不好意思，要么先回一趟家销毁物资，要么就只能把东西丢地上了。然后
this was my number one complaint. This is my number one genuine complaint. Why am I discarding my items onto the floor? Realism to the max. But like, it pissed me off so many times because I discarded it and it's still in my base, and because of that I couldn't build over it. Yeah, this was the one thing I could not understand when I played the game. I just want to toss the item. What do you mean I'm tossing it to the ground? Yeah, you can't trash items. It is so weird. I genuinely didn't understand that.
这个丢地上吧，在服务器刷新之前，你只要不把它捡起来，那它无论如何都是待在原地。
We're tossing it to the floor. So when you toss it to the floor, it just stays there. And I think the items has like a 24-hour timer or 48-hour timer. I don't know. It has a very long timer. It doesn't fucking disappear. I do remember at one point I played, I logged back in, it was still on the floor. I was like, what? Oh, it hurt me.
至于什么时候刷新呢？我不知道。总而言之，无论是基地核心的自动销毁，还是背包里的手动销毁，对于目前的游戏来说都同等重要。毕竟后者关。
No, like you see, if you want me to toss it to the floor, I was like, whatever, you know, if that was going to be the feature of the game. The part that then annoyed me was that if I toss it in the base, it stopped me from building my conveyor or the building. And then I'm like, but I just tossed you. I need to build. My backpack is full. What do you mean I need to pick you back up again to build a conveyor belt?
那还有相庭的体验呢。那么讲到这里，工厂部分最后还剩下的就是。
If they if they're truly trying to go this realism route where they still want me to just toss the item to the floor, meaning I can't actually just delete and trash, then my answer is give me an incinerator. Alright? If you really want to go into this, we want our game to be like real world, you can't just toss and delete because things don't vanish in thin air. Yeah, then give me a fucking incinerator. Okay, fine, I will listen to your game.
我们前面说过的基建了，这玩意本质上就是把前作的基建给 3D 化了而已。目前分为制造仓和培养仓两个，制造仓可以生产狗粮经验，培养仓则是生产各。
Incinerator means the game must have an Endfield. Sorry, if we add incinerator, we must have landfill. The game is too real. Really a management game.
种突破升级所需的关键素材和前作一样，玩家可以往舱室内安排角色上班。不过不同的是，虽然本作依旧有心情系统，但没有了回心情的宿舍。角色上班信息见底后会自动离岗并开始恢复心情，待心情回满后便会自动上班。当然，你要是在基建里碰见了正在下班休息的角色，也可以手动把他喊回来接着上班。那这个基建本身是没什么问题的，可问题就在于工厂部分和它已经不只是割裂那么简单的事了。在一册中，经验狗粮这些东西是可以直接在工厂的一个专门设施里生产。
Wait, you could? I didn't reach this point of the game, it seems. I didn't know that you can make EXP as a base formula. I didn't play the alpha too deeply, I guess. But yeah, beta you can.
一册中经验狗粮这些东西是可以直接在工厂的一个专门设施里生产，突破材料也是在箱庭里给你批了块地自己种，这样本来结合的挺好的，也不会太突兀。结果二册就全给搬到基建上去了。但问题是不
No, but you know why I didn't do it in alpha? Cause the alpha boring.
不管一测二测，玩家都是要在箱庭里跑图收菜的。本来一测在箱庭里跑一遍就完事儿了，结果二测玩家还要再去基建里收一趟，然后这个生产还和工厂和箱庭没有半毛钱关系，纯是自己玩自己的。不过更难崩的是，他还顺带整出了2个活，一个是据点，也是可以让角色上班的，不过据点上班不消耗角色任何东西，但是在据点上班的角色还可以同时在基建里上班。最高的是制作组还在问卷里问了一手，你知不知道角色可以在2个地方同时上班？另一个难崩的就是农场，本来在1测里由于地块很少，大伙还想着2测能不能搞个大点的地方玩 QQ 农场，结果2测确实给你批了很大一块地，种植的地块玩家也可以自己 DIY， 甚至在演示里制作组还重点展示了自动浇水玩法，让不少玩家觉得是不是可以整出像我的世界那样的自动农场来。结果在2测里这玩意就是个纯冲击波，首先是养成用的那些珍贵素材全被移到了基建培养仓中，农田只能用来种植工厂和高级食物所需的植物。问题是工厂里面有2个设施叫采种机和种植机，它俩人体蜈蚣就可以生产出。
Correct. Yes. What you saying makes sense. It makes it very jarring. Like if I can mass produce in a factory, why do I need a farm?
干嘛？只能说现在这个基建系统完全就是多余的，纯是为了递加号这口醋包的饺子。你把这2个生产仓全给它挪到箱庭里，我都觉得没有任何问题。玩家收起菜来不仅更方便，像1测那样和工厂的产物相关联，还更加自洽。那递降号反正都设定是主城了，那就干点主城该干的事情，什么角色互动、装修建设啥的，就往家园的方向去发展啊。现在这样东塞一点内容。
No. What he's saying is all true. Absolutely true. Yeah. If the hub is meant to be a place for your characters to, interact and stay and whatnot, why not just make that the core? Why are we making things also producible within the hub? Right? If it's meant to feel like home and a place for you to visit, it shouldn't even feel like a place to work. But I get what they're trying to do because they're trying to simulate AK, but it's just the blend of... So there's 3 places where you produce materials from your own actions. Your regular base, the AIC base, the farms, because there are farms within the game, and this hub base. I just do not understand why do we need to complicate it so much in terms of where we get materials. Because yeah, it's just very odd. And then it's even worse when the farm and the hub are not automated, but the first thing is automated.
细塞一点内容。至于农场，你完全可以像 QQ 农场那样搞个什么低级土地可以种植食用植物，高级土地可以种植养成材料，反正就是把培养仓下地就行。那么到这里，工厂部分就全部讲完了。在本次测试中，有很多人都开玩笑说，既然箱庭与工厂如此割裂，而箱庭又这么的成熟，那不如干脆把工厂部分删了，直接公测算了。这虽说是一个玩笑，但也足以看出在工厂方面制作组的停滞不前。这其实是一个非常危险的信号，它不仅说明制作组在1测后根本没有给予工厂部分应有的制作资源，还透露了制作组现在缺少对于工厂核心部分继续优化的能力。但你要说现在真给工厂部分删了，又肯定不可能，毕竟原始归原始，你要真凑合玩，那肯定还是能玩的。只不过比起当初宣发其作为主力玩法的豪言，现在的工厂更像是箱庭部分一个尾大不掉的累赘罢了。那么在说完了工厂部分后，大伙先稍微整理一下思路，换换心情，伸个懒腰，中场休息一会儿。毕竟我们的进度条才到这儿，对吧
？There's a part 2 to watch. No, but you see that, right? Like, yeah, I don't disagree. I don't think the depth of the base is the problem. The disjointedness of the base to the combat is a little odd. There's a flow, but it's not the most fluid at the current game state. Like, it's not fluid within itself, and it's not fluid with the combat at the moment. So, yeah, it's quite a bit. All his comments are pretty interesting. Of course, some of it I think are a little bit wild, of like what he wants. But to me, those are all the sort of like, the balance between a casual and a try-hard kind of thing. That's the whole conversation right now with the whole base problem. So... Cool. Good things that he talked about. Really, really brilliant. Okay, combat. Let's go. You have to build turrets to defend the factory, not as of the beta of the game.
Hey everyone, Lost here. Sorry for the long wait. I can't anymore. I'll leave it.
有异度，
Okay,
对
I'll
吧？
continue from
而我
here.
们接下来要讲的便是游戏里的另一个重要核心——战斗玩法。在玩法方面，周末地采用的是策略战斗玩法。该类玩法中知名的有《异度之刃》系列和《最终幻想》部分作品。我们后面便会以《异度之刃2》和《最终幻想7重置版》作为主要的参考对象。简单来讲，相较于以角色性能操作为核心的动作类游戏，这类玩法大幅减弱了角色在动作性能方面的操作需求，转而将游戏重心移至了对技能搭配与释放时机的考量。那么与我们前面提到的两个系列一样，周末地的战斗。
What are the chapters? Combat intro, beta contract, switching characters, elemental reaction, issue with dodge, real issues, staggering, combat resource, boss combat. OK，
也采用了多角色同屏战斗的模式。在一册中，角色的技能由普攻、小技能、大招、被动组成，动作部分则只有跳跃。战斗中，副控角色会自动找位置对敌人进行普攻。但当你切换角色或使用技能时，会立刻将主控角色与目标角色进行换位。虽说副控角色有一定的减伤，但这种角色粗暴换位的行为很容易在实战中把远程角色换到前面去挨打。其次，最关键的地方在于游戏的核心机制为变种的元素反应，这在很多时候需要玩家滚技能打爆发。可在这种切人机制下，那真是人都给你切晕了，搁这不义游戏打速挪呢，说是。除此之外，另一个很大的争议点出在了闪避上。由于角色只能跳跃，除了那些确实是让你用跳跃去躲避的攻击外，敌人绝大部分的攻击你都只能通过走位去躲开。那问题就出在了这里。
Yep.
虽然我们的动作性能低了
A problem with the base of the game.
啊
This is the alpha version, by the way. This is not the beta version.
攻击都会将角色打出硬直，连招追着你锤的。
There was no dodge at that time. The only way to do it was run away.
现在矛盾的地方，你说《异度之刃2》没有闪避，那是因为敌方的性能也非常低，玩家除了专注技能连招外，就没有别的操作压力。
啊
你说
OK
FF7 敌人性能高，那我方有闪避有格挡，你想摆烂玩甚至可以全程格挡硬等技能。
OK.
一侧的体验
So they didn't do dodge, they do
在里
block
面了，主打一个
as the mechanic.
下不来。那么等到了二侧，由于一侧对闪避的呼声太高，为了适配新机制的增加，制作组干脆直接重做了整个战斗系统。简单来讲，在本册中依旧采用了多人。
Wait, I really appreciate that his discussion of dodge is so much more in depth than how Tobo did it, right? Because one of the things I said to Tobo is, "What is your suggestion?" Right? And this is a suggestion, right? If it wasn't dodge, maybe block, right? As a mechanic, and this guy pointed out that it makes sense. The reason why we need dodge in our game is because the enemies are inherently aggressive. Right? Like in the case of the Xenoblade gameplay that he showed, he's showing how the enemies are not aggressive. The enemies are a little bit stiller. So you don't necessarily need dodge. Running away feels okay, since they're not as like, super high action base. And in the case of the other games where it's aggressive, they just did a different mechanic onto it. So yeah, I really like that he points it out that it's the nature of the game that results in us having dodge in the first place.
团战的设定，但战斗取消了手操技能时的时缓机制，转而是改成了自动瞄准的顺发。当你使用副控技能时，该角色会直接打断自己当前的动作，并瞬移到目标边上释放技能。如果放技能时就在目标边上，则不会瞬移。同时，角色技能也不再像上册一样是相互独立的 CD 制，而是改成了全队共用的能量制。一共3个能量条，每释放一个角色技能消耗1条。技能本身没有 CD， 能量条会随时间自动缓慢恢复。角色的最后一段普攻被视为重击，当主控角色成功打出重击并造成伤害时，可以直接恢复大约1/9的能量。切人则变成了单独的按键，不过由于本册主控可以直接悬丝傀儡副控，所以实战中切人的频率大大降低。需要切人的情况也不外乎3种：一是主控残血了，换个人来当主控；二是根据作战需求在近战和远程之间切换；三是部分角色的技能会强制把自己变成主控，技能放完了再切回去。同时，本册的切人模式依旧是直接换 换位，不过由于实战的切人频率大幅降低，副控在自动作战时也会使用闪避躲开攻击，等于是曲线解决了频繁换位导致的站位问题。不过这里我还想提一嘴 FF15，在这一步里切角色的逻辑是直接把你要切的角色瞬移到当前角色旁边，相比于周末地的直接换位和 FF7的实停挪视角，我个人还是更喜欢这种方式。那除了切人视角，切人本身其实也有点问题，那就是由于本侧副控可以悬丝傀儡的，所以技能和切人肯定要被分成2个键，结果就是在 PC 端上技能键还是数字1、2、3、4，和定向切人键变成了 F1、F2、F3、F4。就以我自己为例，因为我的手指既不算灵活，也不是斜键先高手，所以打游戏时我基本是只动手指不动手掌，但很显然我的手指还没有长到可以在不动手掌的情况下去按照 F1、F2，所以要让我在实战中去灵活切人，多少是有点为难我了。不过制作组也确实考虑到了这一点，在定向切人外还加了一个 Q 键用于顺序切人，即只能从左到右切。你说能不能用 E 键？
I gotta be honest, I didn't know that you can use F1 to F4. I'm being legit. I just used Q and I hated the Q. And now that he told me there's F1 to F4, I'm actually like shook. But I'm also agreeing with him. The problem when you introduce a button like that is fuck, my fingers are not that long.
从右到左切呢？不好意思，意键已经被连写技占用了。那你说切人不方便，其实也没啥。可槽点在于，在顺序切人下，吉尔佩塔使用小技能时，因为它是蓄力技，所以顺序切人会直接跳过它，定向切人也无法选取。但同属蓄力技的莱万汀就会直接被切人打断。当然，除了切人，在触发连写技时，蓄力下的吉尔佩塔也是无法被选定的，但莱万汀照样会被打断。所以不管怎样，蓄力机制制作组还是得好好调试调试。然后顺序切人这一块，我个人还是希望再加个反向切人的键位比较好，毕竟在很多战斗中还是有近战切远程的需求。结果我1切到2，想再切回1把，还得把3、4都切一遍，万一不小心多按了一下，那还得重来，就显得
I agree that adding a second button to switch in the opposite direction might be the easiest thing to do. Because unfortunately, when you, wow, there's a keybind problem. You see, Endfield has so much smaller problems that needs to be refined. You know, I feel Endfield already has a very good game concept, design, and whatnot. The issue now is the small details, the nitty gritty is the thing that can make this go from okay, decent, good game, whatever that you're seeing of it now, to like amazing, great, whatever you want to call it. You want to say perfect, even so. It's the grindy details are really the issues that it has right now. Does press and hold character swap key do anything? I don't remember. What if you can customize all keys? No, you probably can customize. Oh, wait, you're right. In the beta, you couldn't customize. But in the actual, you might be able to. But even if you do, what would you do, right? Because you still need to use the mouse. You're still on one hand. Yeah, you might map some keys to your mouse if your mouse has extra buttons. Controller did, right. Controller did an interesting thing that we saw during the recent test, where you hold the button and then it opens the map out window. And then afterwards you can, you know, select the characters. So for controllers, actually switching characters is easy, now that you say that. But how do you do it on a keyboard? That is tricky. Because now WASD is your usual arrow keys, right? Q is that. I believe pickup is E, or is pickup F? Can't remember. And then what is ZXCV doing? Hold Q and scroll wheel. Bruh! Q and scroll wheel sounds like a pain. Annoying. Scroll wheel is not used for anything though, now that you guys say it. But scroll wheel also means you have to scroll through your characters. Like if you want the, you know, if you're not looking for the character in front or behind, you're looking for 2 characters of, like in, then you need to, you know, go further. What's tab for? Good question. Is tab used for anything? But you see, the questions, you see how this topic that we're talking about, it's just so fascinating. That it's like, just figuring this out already elevates the combat experience if they know how to do it. But yet, it's not an easy problem, right?
特别搞心态。其次是战斗的核心机制，目前周末地的战斗围绕着2个关键机制展开。第一个是重做后的元素反应，一共分为火、冰、电、自然4种属性，反应的逻辑分为异常、附着和爆发3类。当敌人被带有
What about mobile players? Mobile, we saw the leak. Mobile might be you press a button and then it will tell you which character to switch to. Because for no. Mobile is there's the 4 character profile to your bottom right. Then they but do you click on the character profile for the skill? That I can't remember. But I remember seeing a swap key. Or is it click on the character? I don't know. A lot of the UI is on the right, and then the targeting is on the left. There's a cute pause shot of him. He does look kind of cute. The wolf hunting its prey.
元素附着效果的技能攻击后会进入法术附着状态，此时若再被另一个元素附着攻击，则会触发元素异常并清除法术附着状态。元素异常的效果只取决于后一个属性，火异常是持续烧血，电异常增加其受到的法伤，冰异常会将敌人冻结并增加其受到的物伤，自然异常则是持续降低防御力。而在异常触发的同时，前一个属性还会触发自己的附着效果，火附着是异常伤害更高，电附着是额外破条，冰附着是异常的持续时间更久，自然附着是异常的效果更强。但如果敌人连续受到2个一样的元素附着，则会触发元素爆发，造成一次对应属性的额外伤害。同时，除了这4个法术效果外，效果还有自己单独的3个异常，其分别为震退、击飞、倒地。当敌人受到任意效果攻击时，会首先进入破防状态，之后再受到效果攻击才会触发其对应的效果。第2个核心机制则是角色连携技，每个角色的连携技都有各自的触发方式和独特效果，冷却 CD 也不一致。战斗的核心玩法便是研究配对，去尽可能的触发角色的连携技，并在此基础上继续触发法术或物理效果，以此实现连招的收益最大化。那在讲完了基础内容后，我们就先聊聊整体的实战体验。正如前文所言，作为一个以配对排轴为主要玩法的策略战斗游戏，如果你配对的角色无法相互配合，游玩时也只是单纯的有技能甩技能，当做普通的动作游戏来玩的话，那你的实战体验多少是有点烂玩了。但问题就在于，在当下的这个大环境里，你说一个新玩家进游戏，发现有平 A、有技能、有大招、有闪避，敌人还猛猛追着我打 ，OK， 这就是动作游戏。然后就要开始灵魂发问之：你这个动作游戏怎么做的这么差呀？你说，然后就要开始灵。
You see, I think he's gonna have a complaint pretty soon. But this very line that he says is exactly what I mean by there's tons of people who haven't even played the game. And you know how Tobo's video kept going with the, oh, it's very action. But the thing is, if you actually play the game, you're gonna realize, why does the action feel kind of shit? Like, if you don't optimize your skills, you don't optimize your order, the tactics, you then realize you can't get the action. The game, I think there's a very fascinating thing about Endfield. You're rewarded with action only if you are thinking. Do you get what I mean? The action doesn't come for free. The action comes with your own work. That's a positive. Yes, but do you get what I mean by I feel like the community right now don't think this way? Like, everyone who's discussing my Endfield is literally on this, oh, it's just click button, click button, click button. But like, you don't get to click button in this game. You actually need to know what you want to do. You know, the action kind of Arknight. Arknight is definitely like the key person in like a lot of the things I've done. But there are other teams that I've experienced that goes to say it doesn't just have to be Arknight. Do I think the game will benefit more with team building tutorials? Maybe. You'd rather have less action and more thought. But what if... So, you see, this is the conversation I kind of want to have. What if action is the reward for thought? You get what I mean? Because, like, it's the same as how if you play AK, right? your thought of when to place the skill, when to do this, is seeing how the enemies die more easily. You see the effect of your operator. But if you think about it, it's very similar here, right? Your chain of actions leads to everything look like it's clicking. You know, so I couldn't figure out why the portrayal in Tobo's video was this game is too action based. Like, even if the game was the alpha version, it's crazy that you don't even call that action. It's still action tactic. That is the genre that we're in. There is tactic. And this game doesn't give action for free. There was not a lot of there not was a character that the majority of the beta testers said was bad. No, there's a lot of people. Okay, even the beta testers, by the way. So if you watch like me, Chaotic, I don't know about Tobo because I didn't watch him play. But if you watch a bunch of us, a lot of us were trying to figure out how the character should work. Actually, no, you all remember I made the combat of the game is not what you think video, right? It was me discovering the team. I don't know if you all saw that. It was this video that I made. Enfield. It was this one where I said that the combat is more than you've seen. Right? It was the video that I was trying to discover what this game is. Because the number one biggest fucking complaint from a lot of the people who play like this, the game, was they didn't know there is synergy. And then they were complaining why their characters don't look that good. It was just mash button, C skill, oh, ping, that was it. They didn't know how to use the characters. So like, yeah, I just think this it's just weird when we keep saying, I don't know what's with the EN community sentiment, or even the CN, to be honest. So, yeah. Continue.
灵魂发问之：你这个动作游戏怎么做的这么差呀？你说以《异度之刃2》的动作性能，要是初见能给它当成动作游戏玩的，那多少也是有点神人。而 FF7 虽然动作性能高，但放技能时的时缓和技能演出，也能很明显的让你觉得这并非动作游戏。周末第一册也是沿用了时缓放技能这个思路，可等到二册，在玩家与敌人的动作性能均高、时缓机制与手操技能删除，且战斗节奏连续快速的情况下，你大概率会直接带入动作游戏的思路，然后在极其别扭的战斗体验下开始怒批游戏。
Yeah, one of you mentioned, it's a good comment. One of you mentioned, don't this combo based system end up limiting a player's creativity or like what they want to use, since it's about characters synergizing with one another? I absolutely agree that the problem right now is then how big the character roster will be, right? How easy is it to get the 5 stars? Because there's only 2 rarities in this game. If you didn't know, there's only 4 stars and 5 stars. And 6 stars. Sorry, there's 3 rarities. What the fuck am I talking about? But still, there's 3 rarities in this game. In a lot of teams at the moment, it seems like the 4 stars and the 5 stars can blend. But one of my biggest fear would be, is there a certain point where we're going to see the full 6-star team? Right? Because there is 0 full 6-star team that could work in Enfield's beta. They really don't blend. But if it becomes a thing where a lot of the 6 stars can just utilize a 4-star to pair with it, then it's already pretty okay to a certain extent. You know, but I need to see how. Like, I don't want the situation of a Blaze and Yu. I don't want this game to go into the HSR route where it's like only 2 people should be paired together forever type of situation. Do you get what I mean? I need it to be like, oh, here's a new character, but this new character could be blending with 5 other people, 6 other people that already exist within the game. And then that person can be blending with another 6, 7 people, you know? Because one of the things also within this game, which honestly, when you talk about the power creep of this game, I really foresee that one of the things that will end up happening is you'll get the 4-member blend. Meaning like there's a perfect sweet 4. You know, but I don't want a situation of just because this perfect sweep 4 exists, it nullifies all other possible combos. You know, I want it to be malleable. See? So this is my number one biggest worry about AK going with this 4-player character game. Which is, like, you don't get this problem in AK, because even if you say there's a synergy team, like Abyssal Hunters, you can still pair it with other people to make the team look a little more interesting than just one layer. You know, so yeah, let's continue.
直接带入动作游戏的思路，然后在极其别扭的战斗体验下开始怒批游戏。这种由玩家刻板印象带入导致的体验与预期不符的问题，在本册十分严重。这也使得有一部分观点认为，把战斗回调为实缓放技能会不会更好？这样至少萌新一上来就能意识到玩法的不同。那关于这一点，我个人持中立态度，毕竟单看本册的战斗机制，在玩家熟练配对与技能轴后，整体的爽感还是很到位的，加不加实缓放技能都一样。可如果一定要让新玩家在前期也能意识到玩法特色的话，那其实是可以给实缓放技能做成一个可开关的选项，前期教程默认开着就。
It was a suggestion I said to Turbo as well, which is if you want the old gameplay back, to me, it shouldn't be the core. I personally genuinely believe don't do the slowdown. It is very bad outlook for how people want to play the game. If Hypergriff is willing, slow down as an option is interesting. Then that makes the game such that there are two ways of playing. But it's very annoying to code if they were to implement slowdown again. Because it really fundamentally changes the animations and everything in the game. Right? But I'm on the standpoint that no, the current pace of the game is a lot better for market prospect, that more people will play the game because of it.
就行。不过你既然都实缓了，那还可以顺便把伊特的手操技能加回来，这样一来，打开实缓，手操技能更精确，关闭实缓。
Oh, will it be harder to code? You basically need to, you know, when you QA everything within the game, you're QAing both the real time and the slowdown time for the skills. And then you're re-adding positioning again, because there's a huge chance they remove the positioning code. I mean, they can always bring it back because they did it before. But still, it's like, when they moved into this version of whatever game engine that they're running on, did they bring it over? You need QA? What do you mean you don't need QA? What is that? What is the question?
战斗流畅更爽快，玩家可以根据自己的战斗喜好自行。
Maybe without slowdown, it might be too fast for mobile.
就解决问题。
Nah, that's a
但从机制设定来看
don't have to worry that hard.
比一侧成熟了许多，整个策略战斗的逻辑也更加顺畅，在熟练之后的体验是远优于上策的，后续配对的开发空间也更加的多样。不过话虽这么说，但在除了核心机制以外的其他机制方面，游戏里还是有着很多影响体验的问题。这个说到。那么第一个大问题其实还是出在了闪避上面。在本册中，敌人的攻击性能依旧和上册一样。那么在加入闪避功能后，玩家的性能与敌人持平，理应战斗会更加合理。但在实际体验中，其一是闪避的手感十分软，即便是完美闪避的反馈，体验也很一般。其二是闪避之间大的离谱的空窗期。我们知道，在很多游戏中，闪避经常被设定为你可以在短时间内进行连续闪避，但连续数次后会强制进入一个空窗期。可在周末地中，你每次闪避都会进入空窗期，这也使得你没办法通过连续闪避强行脱困，也使得你在紧急情况下。
He's not wrong. I think I felt this when I was playing. I did complain this several times when I was doing it, which is the added dodge, but you can't multi-dodge. Actually, this guy is asking for the reverse from Tobo. Like, why do we not have chain dodges? Right? That's why dodge doesn't feel satisfying enough. Like, yes, dodge is hard in this game, but even if I've done it, apparently I can't dodge the second one. Right? The game expects you to dodge the first and run away. But as you saw what he did, I cannot do it.
可能制作组的本意是通过低性能的闪避来突。
It'll punish people who spam. Yeah, there's the idea of what if you dodge wrongly as well. No, you do get punished if you dodge wrongly, by the way. When you dodge wrongly, because dodge shares the same button as dash, So when you miss the dodge, you end up dashing, and when you end up dashing, the dash is not like boom, you know, that is dodge. The speed up movement is dodge. When you hit dash, it's just your movement speed up, so you're just running. So you will get hit if you miss the dodge.
的空窗期，可在周末地中，你每次闪避都会进入空窗期，这也使得你没办法通过连续闪避强行脱困，也使得你在紧急。
Do I remember that the enemy database said that the specific enemy that he's showing is harder to dodge? Yes, I do remember. Yes. So it is funny that he put this video of this enemy because the file specifically. This is very fascinating because in the database for this enemy, his description specifically said you will have a harder time dodging, which also means to say that might just be the enemy mechanic. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? However, the part where I feel like the multi-dodge becomes such a headache is when they did like, you know, the final boss? The final boss has like a 5-chain attack. So when I dodge the first, right, I'm like, okay, run. But then the boss is somehow chasing me faster than I run. And of course you can say, oh, you skill issue, but I can't dodge again. You know, for quite a good amount of time. So I end up getting hit somehow.
情况下，一旦闪避失误就没有办法再补救。可能制作组的本意是通过低性能的闪避来凸显游戏的策略，但这实际的体验，我只能说想法很好，下次别想了。第三，可能是代码的问题，在游戏中各个动作之间的打断如图所示。那这么一
Jump can be interrupted by jump attack. Cast skill or dodge when lunging. Normal attack can be interrupted by skill, jump and dodge. Dodge can be interrupted by skill, jump and dodge attack. Dodge attack can be interrupted by skill, jump. Oh, what he means to say is that he's sequencing every action that can happen in the game. This was Tobo's complaint in the third video, is it not? It's the one where suddenly dodge now doesn't have a punishment, right? Dodge goes into final attack, right? And yeah, everything in the game can be interrupted by a different ability.
看我们会发现，闪避在这个游戏里，它好像不是最高优先级呀。没错，它确实不是。理由则来自一个更加抽象的事实，那就是当你
No, but his complaint is not. This is fascinating. I thought he was going to be complaining about the interruption, but no, he's complaining about the fact that dodge doesn't take priority over the other things, which means to say, yeah, he means to say that when you're dodging, you could click something else accidentally, and then you are not in the dodge state.
在这个游戏里，它好像不是最高优先级呀。没错，它确实不是。理由则来自一个更加抽象的事实，那就是当你在连续输入闪避和技能时，无论你是先按的闪避还是先按的技能，永远都是闪避先出来一帧后，立马就被技能打断。同理，当你在瞬间连续输入普攻和闪避时，无论先后也是闪避先出来一帧，然后立马被闪避追击打断。而且由于闪避是被打断，而不是直接跳过了指令，所以这一帧的闪避照样要扣除你的体力条。如果你想在短时间内用闪避打断前两者，那就必须再等个几帧才行，不然就会出现上面的情况。那你要是玩过格斗游戏，就肯定能理解我在说什么了。前面的问题叫串招，后面的解决方式叫放帧。然后更高的地方在于，虽然你的闪避被打断了，但闪避的空窗期你该等还是要等。也就是说，你要让我用一个手感软、空窗大、优先级还不是最高的闪避功能，就在一个敌人攻击欲望一点都不逊于动作游戏的策略游戏里战斗。当然，以上这一些问题都还不是本册对战斗
So interesting. He actually took the opposite approach from what Tobo is saying. Tobo doesn't like the dodge, maybe wants it away. He's asking how to fix the dodge. I didn't expect that. Right? Absolute opposite approach of saying how the dodge does not feel snappy or fine right now. And that why not? Let's make it, you know, maybe smaller recovery window. Like, he gets that it's maybe them trying to restrict things, but at the current state of what it is, it might not even feel that fluid enough for people to want to dodge when they want. Demand a dodge due to how aggressive. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Absolutely fascinating. But I'm definitely citing his point. I don't see the fact that he opened up with the reasoning of if you think very hard about Endfield gameplay, you need a mechanic to negate a player's attack. Sorry, an enemy's attack. So whether is it block or dodge, whatever it is, whichever the game choose, go for it. But it needs to be good. So I think that's very nice to hear.
影响最大的问题其实在于闪避会打断普攻，更准确的说是会打断普攻的连段。前面我们说过，本册技能改成了共用能量制，而能量除了自然恢复外，最关键的恢复手段就是普攻连段最后一下的重击，而又因为
No, but yeah, this is correct. Dodging not feeling refined now just feels like a test, you see. Cause like I actually think the proper way to advise Hypergrave in this case is let's keep it. But what exactly is the problem with dodge right now that doesn't feel good enough? For people to do. So yeah, I really agree with his point that it's the small details of when and how you use the dodge that needs to be fixed.
敌人的攻击欲望高，你真想在实战
In before no dodge challenge bosses, you do know that there's an enemy in the game that doesn't allow you to dodge. There is an enemy in the game that will slow you and disallow you to dash or dodge while you're in the slow. Which is already fascinating that exists.
战中 A 完一整段普攻可并非易事，但毕竟挨打照样会出硬直打断，所以这其实才是实战中闪避最坏手感的地方。那么我不仅要问，同样怪物攻击欲望高，同样角色有闪避会被打断普攻，同样自回能量慢，而重击能恢复很多能量的 FF7是怎么处理这个问题的呢？怎么处理？你他妈的给普攻前几段也能回能量，不就处理了吗？你要是普攻能打满，那是给你抓台名的奖励；你要是打不满，那普攻正常回能量也没人会有这么大的怨言。而且我们还需要注意的一点是，周末地的敌人锁敌永远优先攻击主控，敌人只有主控不在锁敌范围的情况下才会开始攻击离得最近的副控，除非有特殊锁敌，不然一旦主控走进攻击范围，就会立马转火开始追着主控跑，别人不管怎么打他，那都是看都不看一眼。而 BOSS 作为锁敌范围最大的敌人，那你基本是走不出锁敌范围的，所以不管怎样都是追着主控打。那 FF7 的锁敌虽然在细节方面和周末地不同，但精英怪和 BOSS 的技能也确实是优先追着主控打，所以在 FF7 中除了普
I think another thing I'm appreciating about him is that he compared this to a game that has a very similar combat. Like Turbo decided to compare it with Elden and what was the other game that he compared to? He used two games. I can't remember the second game he used. But in truth, right, those games don't have quite the same gameplay as what Endfield is. And the fact that he stated FF7, where FF7 also has multiple players and their AI control as well, is really good.
攻回能量外，格挡也是可以回能量的，以此弥补主控可能被按着打 A 不出来的情况。不过闪避就没这个效果了。可周末地作为一个只有闪避的游戏，它的完美闪避在本册除了会多个特效外，没有任何额外的机制效果，纯纯的意义不明。那你这不给完美闪避加个回能量，是不是多少？
I know, someone debunked that it doesn't. No, but I just find it hilarious that this is this guy's suggestion. No. Okay, wait. Let me clarify this. So, someone on Twitter decided to go extra hardcore, and he has the same view as me, where it's exactly what I say as well. I don't think dodge gives SP. So the guy was like reviewing like frame by frame on, and he also stated he's not certain as well, because it looks like it was from the final attack and not necessarily the dodge. But it is true to say there might be some kind of relation with dodge and final attack that we're not very certain of. But here's the thing, I don't even remember that the game has this thing called dodge attack that this guy kept talking about. I was like, yeah, I remember there's dodge, but I don't remember dodge attack. So is it the dodge attack thing that this guy has been speaking of? And that is also why I said, does dodge have an attack then, and then it like counts as a hit, you know? Oh, dodge attack might be dash attack. Yeah, you're right. So you get what I mean, right? Like, yeah. But so he's taking a very different approach to this whole dodge matter, where it's like, he's saying dodge needs a better feedback. You know, that it needs a better reward. Because otherwise, dodge has this weird space right now where it both feels like a punishment and also like it doesn't reward you enough. And yet at the same time, you have to do it, but it doesn't feel good to do it. So dodge is just in this really, really weird zone in the game right now. You know, so I mean, I'm not saying I'm buying the suggestion, but it's more so like, it's really the thing to consider. Dodge is just in a very weird spot in the game.
有点说不过去了。当然，除了给闪避加收益外，你这个敌人愣头追主控还是有点太抽象了。那人家 FF7 的小怪精英外，也还是优先打离自己最近的，打起来后也不会唐突转火，不会出现那种
The reward of dodge is not taking damage. No, it's funny because that's what I mean by the punishment, where the dodge is a little clunky, that you also don't quite avoid damage because of certain chainable attack enemies, since you only dodge one in the game.
中间打，旁边副控怎么劝都劝不住的情况。那么第二个要吐槽的就是我们前面一直没有提过的破条，也就是失衡值机制。周末地的破条和大部分游戏一样，都是破条后敌人会进入一段时间的眩晕状态，并且受到的伤害更高。而在周末地里，这个伤害的倍率更是来到了230%。那么在如此高的伤害收益下，按照刻板印象，我们的打法就应该是靠普攻小技能破条，然后留大招和连携技在破条状态下滚技能打爆发的传统思路。然后你猜怎么着？在这个游戏里，普攻是没有破条伤害的。你想破条，就只能靠除普攻外的攻击及重击小技能、连携技和大招。那到这你可能也还能接受，毕竟只要我伤害够，破条快，分2套打也不是不行，对吧？
你现在知道吧 how final attack is hard？
游戏破条值的计算，它不是按伤害的百分比算的，而是一个固定值，即每个角色
fixed value
都有其固定的破条数值。而小技能和连携技
quite different from
大多都是在10
other
点左右，
games
只有个别角色在强化状态下有15到25点，大招数值则普遍在20点，重击数值则是15到30点不等，平均值在20点左右。同时，敌人在战斗中还会使用蓄力技能，蓄力技能可以被伤害类小技能、连携技、大招给打断，当成功打断蓄力后，还会额外造成约20点破条。然后敌人的条有多长呢？首先，敌人的失衡值与等级无关，仅与敌人种类有关。经测试，小怪约有60和80两档，精英怪约有90和160两档 ，BOSS 则约有270和300两档。也就是你光破一个高档精英怪的条，都至少得交1套连携技，再接2套重击和技能才行，而且最好还是蓄力技都给对面打断了。可同等级下能挨你这么一顿打的，基本半条命也没了。而普通小怪或等级低于你的怪，那更是血条比破条先没。至于 BOSS， 你要是少 A 2套重击，尤其是没有额外破条的非物理队，那是真的可以从头打到死，一次条都破不了。不过破条除了控怪和伤害收益外，其实还有一个由于破条的难度过高，导致自己的出镜率也不高的处决机制。机制本身很简单，就是在敌人破条后，普攻可以追加一次高倍率的攻击和回复大量能量。不过说是高倍率，同等级戳这一下，顶天了也就1/7左右。再加上本身破条的问题，这个机制已经沦为纯纯的天头了。就这个设定怎么说呢？你往好了讲，是为了避免出现其他游戏里那种破条和伤害绑定，导致低等级过关无法破条出伤的窘境。但毕竟在本家里，压级过关确实是不少人挑战自我的方式，所以在周末地里 BOSS 战啥的也没有搞时间限制的那一套，固定破条也算是给了低练一条出路。但是话又说回来，你这为了低练去限制高练，多少是有点舍本逐末了。就如果制作组的本意就是把破条作为全局1到2次的低频高收益机制，那还不如干脆把破条后的增伤全加的处决上去，一刀斩个1/4、1/5 吃鸡啥的收尾用。而如果制作组还是想把破条作为一个常规的战斗手段，那就削弱增伤倍率，降低敌人的失衡值，或是提升打断蓄力机的收益，至少我打个 BOSS 一局触发个2-3次总是要的吧。紧接着和破条问题大差不差的就是第三。
Interesting. The comparison with AK, where he's saying how the stagger value to him is in a very weird place since stagger doesn't stagger by percentage. Your normal attacks don't stagger. So you think of stagger like break for those of you who play HSR. I don't know about other games, but I think other games also use the term break. So most games do it percentage based, but this game doesn't. This game decided to go for flat value for finisher attack, skills, and whatnot, and combo. And then only that is adding into the stagger. But what he's trying to put forth is that the reason why you stagger enemies in this game is, to cause a break, right? But then when it's in the break state, supposedly you get bonus damage. Unfortunately, the problem with this is, as he said, that for an AK player, you like using lower level units, which is also how I played the game. But definitely you feel maybe a little bit more punished in this game because staggering is a lot harder with lower characters since they are, again, still flat values. And then he's also putting how, okay, you've already staggered, but then if you're lower level, how are you supposed to dish out more damage? And he's, I think, talking about how the higher level units seem to have been placed like in a bigger emphasis when designing all these things. I didn't expect this, by the way. I didn't think of the stagger as an issue. But I do agree that some of the meters feel very high, especially the boss. But you could argue it is a boss, but yet at the same time it feels like very, very high. And I was not an Ember player. Ember was the stagger queen in the game. Stagger never happens. No, stagger will always happen, one way or another. This, no matter how weak you are bound to. No matter how weak or strong you are, you're bound to stagger. At least once before the enemy is down. Because I think the enemy HP and the stagger value has somehow been all like made in a way that the stagger always comes first before the HP. So naturally you'll do it. I have no solution to this. I mean, I genuinely didn't think that this was a discussion. Because I didn't find an issue.
个战斗资源的问题，在本册中大招为充能制，各个角色间独立，而充能方式为连血技和小技能命中后积攒。可连血技纸面 CD 平均都要20秒一轮，小技能被重击限制后本来也攒得不快，那连前置都不快乐，大招本身就更不快乐。而这也是被
Yes, ultimates are very rare.
的一点，那就是可支配的战斗资源太少，经常打完一套没下一套，到最后只能拼了命的 AAA 试图攒点能量，加之敌人还有蓄力攻击，你正常玩手里肯定还是要留一个技能用作打断，剩下的真的就是除了主副 C 其他人不配吃技能了。那这时你可能会说，我明明看别的 UP 主那技能连得不带停的呀。这其实是因为在本册中装备数值给的极其夸张，在极限状态下你能叠出整整85%的连血技 CD， 30秒的 CD 都能给你变成5秒。
85%? Real? No way. Wait, a consumable had a combo skill reduction? I didn't know that.
叠出整整85%的连血技 CD， 30秒。
No. 60%. But there's no way it can go to 80%. I don't remember it being that high. 80% is very big.
在极限状态下你5秒，这使得虽然你的小技能丢不出几个，但只要你的配对没问题，那连血技是真的可以全程不带停的。不过这里需要注意的是，这种极端玩法是只考虑了叠 CD 的情况，但装备的其他属性就不一定对得上你的角色了。真要所有人的 CD 拉满，那刮痧估计也拉满了。
Correct.
即便如此，减 CD 的装备依旧是本册向进阶打法迈进的敲门砖，就算不带满，减个25%、50%啥的也足够。
Correct.
战斗节奏产生质变，很多实战项的永控轴也都是基于大量的减 CD， 利用快速冷却的连血技来打出的。这使得目前周末地的战斗资源它其实不是少，而是偏，而且是全偏到点连血技 CD 的装备上去了，导致在新玩家意识到这个东西能改善自己的游戏体验之前，那他的战斗体验就依旧是打完3套没下套的。那这怎么说呢？你与其像现在这样所有人都盯着减 CD 的装备去研究，还不如干脆让那几个20秒、30秒长 CD 的连血技角色统一降低 CD， 让玩家在初期研究配对后。
No, it's a fascinating suggestion, right? It's not about get rid of the gear or get rid of the cooldown bonuses. We can keep it, but why not just make all the skills much faster inherently so that a new player don't feel punished by absurdly long skills that are 25 seconds or 30 seconds. Instead, just get it go down first, and like even if it was 85% reduction on a 10-second scale, where it essentially becomes like what 2 seconds, 1 second. But that's going to be the same effect if it was at 30 seconds. Right? If you talk about an 80% reduction in a 30-second scale, right? You're talking 6 seconds. 10 seconds, 80%, that's 2 seconds, right? You might say, oh, 2 seconds is very rapid, but yet at the same time, that's for the players who want that. And in the case of the players who are experiencing it at the 10 or the 15 range, it's like at least it feels nicer than a freaking 30-second cooldown.
就能感受到连血技的爽感，并减少装备 CD 加成的幅度，使其变成一个可选项，而不是必选项。当然，即便这样，战斗的侧重点依然是在连血技上，所以如何平衡其他的战斗资源，以此避免连血技的一家独大，也是制作组需要考虑的事情。那么，除了给普攻、闪避这些增加额外的能量回复渠道外，是否
He's not wrong to say that. Yet at the same time, while the combos are a fun aspect of the game, it cannot be saturated. The game can't go into a full spam because it's just abuse as well, right? Suddenly the strategy is gone because all you're doing is button, 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 and it's basically the same as all the other button masher gachas that exist.
可以增加能量条的上限和恢复速度，或是回调成1层那样，让各个角色的资源独立，亦或是利用我们前面提到的道具改动，比如说打连招时没能量了，磕个能量药，敌人在蓄力，但我没能量了，套炸弹来破蓄力，不小心乱轴了，元素反应没打上，套元素炸弹来弥补。总之就是通过增加其他资源的手段，提升游戏策略和操作上限，并稀释连血技过于离谱的存在感。那么在战斗资源外，就还有一个与其息息相关的内容 BOSS 战。简单来讲，就是当你学习配对主动排轴，利用减连血技 CD 打出各种控制轴，虐的小怪原地动弹不得，准备去和 BOSS 一较高下时，你立马就会发现这 BOSS 怎么不吃控啊？以前的几个 BOSS 打起来突出的就是一个拒绝交互，要是都像3位一体这样，本身打起来就很有团本那味儿的，交互少点也无伤大雅。但其他那几个高性能多动症的怪，除了打断对面的蓄力技外，其余战斗就真的是各打各的了。但很显然的是，在当前这种环境下，要是 BOSS 真吃控制，那各种永控、半永控轴高低得给 BOSS 安排上，甚至很有可能出现依靠极端减 CD 打出的新手都能学会的永控逃课。那制作组自己
I find it so fascinating. His advice is more towards like making every type of player feel a place in the game. So AK oriented. You see what I mean? But I was looking for a more AK driven conversation when people do a review of Endfield, because that's what AK is about, right?
肯定也是知道这种情况的可能性，所以给所有 BOSS 和高档精英怪都安排上了全程霸体，以此避免玩家这种一力破万法的行为。那这就是制作组自己造的孽，自己又一刀切了。那就还是我上面说的那样，把连血技减 CD 带来的战斗上限稀释到其他的战斗资源里去，保留永控上限的同时，增加永控达成的难度。这样一来 ，BOSS 也没必要再是全程霸体，改换成什么霸体是 BOSS 技能的一部分啊 ，BOSS 有百分比控制减免啊 ，BOSS 有不同的控制抗性啊等等，给予玩家可操作的空间。这一步比现在全程无脑免控要体验好得多。那么到这里，本次的战斗部分就全部讲完了。我也终于可以来回答一个社区里炒得非常火热的问题，那就是周末地是否应该删除闪避。很显然，这么一圈讲下来，我的答案也非常明显，那就是完全不用。因为你与其讨论闪避是否会降低游戏的策略性，还不如去讨论为什么敌人的性能要做得这么高。而之所以制作组要给敌人的性能做高，其原因也非常简单，那就是卖相会更好。相较于敌不动我不动的排轴打桩这种双 双方相互机动拉扯的战斗表现，怎么看都会更吸引路人玩家。这也是为什么制作组连续2侧都坚持要做高性能敌人的原因。那既然要坚持高性能敌人，加入闪避让敌我性能对等，自然是非常正确的选择。对问题的核心从来就不在闪避上，而是在玩家的可用资源与可选策略上。毕竟闪避本身也不过是资源和策略的一环罢了。总而言之，作为玩家明面上讨论生意最大的部分，本册在战斗的逻辑架构上比起上册成熟了不少，可开放的上限也变得更高。但毕
You all heard what he said, right? Doesn't that sound like a much better constructed answer about remove dodge or not remove dodge? It's not that dodge is bad, it looks like the same. Dodge is contextualized with the current way that the game is going. And this is what I mean by it looks like you don't want the game to succeed when you say remove the dodge and whatnot. Because dodge has been accompanied with the fast pace of this game. That the action of this game now looks so much more captivating. So like, wow. I mean, he might be explaining better than I would be able to explain, because I didn't really think of it like that. Maybe at the back of my head I did, but he's really crunching down on the vision of the developers. You get what I mean? That like, who are we to question what Hyperglyph wants, right? If Hyperglyph wants to go a certain way, that's just what it is. But now this guy has already put forth. This is what they want the action to become, and therefore they then see what the system should be, so they start adding all these things. And now the question is not whether to remove them. The question is how do we make them feel seamless?
毕竟是半道重做了一册，很多新增和改动的内容都不甚完整，更像是做一半就端上来，让玩家看看自己的思路有没有出错。这我只能说，好歹还是有优化和改动的，至少比工厂部分强。但它需要继续进行的优化和改动，那也是没比工厂部分少多少就是了。好了，那能看到这里的观众，我先给你们点个赞，然后。
And that wraps up.
Yeah, I know there's a third. Can I check how long is the third? If it's not long, then I will. Link doesn't work. Like KB. Let me see. He reviews other games as well. Then this. Oh, but it seems like it's just an ending though. It's
没有
left.
想到谁都没有。今天用完了，那就是比工厂部分强，但它需要继续进行的优化和改动，那也是没比有讨论度的一环，也来是了。好了，那能看到这里的观众，我先给你们点个赞，然后该喝水的喝水，该上厕所的上厕所。等这一波中场休息完了，我们继续开聊。而我们接下来要讲的便是游戏的养成环节。作为本册有但不完全有讨论度的一环，养成部分能讲的内容。
Oh, the last part is 20 minutes, so it's kind of long. It's the same as the second video. Should I care to complete it? But it might mean that I need to pause and translate. Like, you guys have to bear with me listening for a while, and then I'll talk to you about what he's trying to say. Or I can wait for part 3, because it's already pretty good. What is this part 3 about? Let me just check. What is he discussing?
除了生命值，还可以
Oh, character progression, character stats.
另一个是打用来，但这个副出可以获得212。
And Gacha.
直接
Spicy. So character progression and Gacha is the question that he's gonna speak of.
再补齐35抽的武器配额，则一共需要91200先购买。不过由于这个商店没写刷新时间，不确定具体的机制，就上限来到了。
This is what, farming? And the IS mode.
的东西会自己又反馈。
Okay. No, I tell you what, I don't have to watch it. I think it's okay. But yeah, it's a very, very different way of approaching the video. 330,000 people watched it. Wow. Right? But like, yeah, I mean, I think the part that I'm very pissed off by is how I personally feel like the narrative for the Ian players is so skewed right now. Right? I really feel like people aren't understanding what Endfield is. Because unfortunately, the most popular video, which turns out to be a lot of people's only video that they watch of the game, only touches on such a tiny aspect of the game. Right? It doesn't help that the first thing that the Ian community complained by is gacha. So it basically toppled, right? It toppled into the let's go for gacha conversation, and then afterwards suddenly he expanded on the combat conversation quite a lot, and then boom. That's where it is. It's not Tobo's fault. I agree. I don't necessarily think it's Tobo's fault because Tobo can do whatever he wants. But yet at the same time, as I surface to him, he has a responsibility as a content creator. He needs to understand that his actions can cause certain things. And I think that is done. Let's see Smallfeet review? No, I've not. It's if I think Smallfeet's review is long as well. Is it not? Let me see. I believe his review is long. Oh, Smallfeet went into stage guides. No, don't do that. I was once there. A 2 hour, walao eh.
Hi guys.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I can watch it, but no, it's gonna make me sleep at 4 a.m. at this rate. Yeah. It's just people don't understand his point. No, I think I can tell you for certain there are also people who understand his point, but it's also not on rank. Like my trouble is not that his point is wrong or not. It's that the perspective he has given to people is narrow. You know, like here's what I'm saying. Tobo's opinions towards the game are not necessarily bad or wrong and whatsoever. Like him saying that he doesn't like this aspect, you know, maybe remove, maybe add on this, it's completely fine. But it's because that is all he's presented. The game now looks like it's a sea of problems. Right? And it's like, we're not addressing what makes this game work. And then how to improve on the things that will really make the game succeed. You know, so I mean, now that I've watched this, yeah, I will make a response. If I don't like it, I need to make a video counter him, not complaining in the live stream. I mean, I've already chatted with him about it, but yeah, I need to see how I want to wrap a response around it, and then possibly try to add in my own review, because I have not given my own review to Endfield after a very, very long time, you know. But here's also the thing: nobody questioned the dodge system before. Everyone was glazing Endfield. Said combat was good just because the implementation of dodge fixed the previous technical test. I agree. I do feel strangely that he decided that the dodge conversation is very important, and so he expanded it in the EN space. I genuinely think before his video appeared, I don't think our global space was that concerned with the dodge. You know, I want to review it after the release of the game or not. No, I think at this point, I want to also review in a way to explain to people why I'm not so quick to even do my review. Like, I could have done a whole summary and whatsoever, but genuinely, the potential of the game, I feel, is nothing that can be presented in the form of a beta. Everything can only happen beyond the beta. So, when I make my incoming review, you will realize that the things I talk about isn't things that we necessarily see in the game. It's things that I need to see when the game is out. You know, so yeah. The things like gacha system. What exactly is the real gacha system? Right? The content cycle, the design that they're gonna go for, and whatnot. Do I think Hypergraph should do one more beta test? I said this before. No. I don't want Hypergraph to show their cards. I don't want the beta test to end up reshaping what they think they need to do again, and at the same time, I also don't want it to become the reason people join or quit the game. Do you understand what I mean? Like, beta, now the problem with a new beta is it is actually a make or break in terms of players who wants to try the game. Simply because, let's put it this way. People try the beta, and then afterwards, they realize maybe this game's not for me, they quit, you know? So they never come in as an actual player as me anymore, right? On a business or company perspective, it damages them. Because of course you can say, well, they just don't make the players leave in the first place, right? But there also comes the problem of, as I said, if they do the beta, does the game progress carry into the game when it launch, right? So you're gonna get players who get pissed that, wait, I did so much in this beta, but then when the game launch, I have to redo it all. So I'm on the perspective of I don't want to see another beta. If they do it, I'm whatever. Personally, I don't think it's good for them. I'm at the point where I want them to figure out what is the vision. That, you know, this large word we keep throwing around this stream and the previous stream, which is what is the vision of the game, right? None of us know. They are the only ones who can know. It's up to them to stick by it and prove to us that to them it works. So yeah. And yeah, and here's the thing. I think there's countless of people who look at what I'm saying and think, oh, you are just biased. You're just thinking that whatever they do is gonna be great. And yeah, I won't lie, I think the game is going to succeed. But I need you all to also understand, if the game doesn't meet my expectation, if I think the game is shit, I'm just not going to play. It's as simple as that. I'm not here to stand by, oh, for sure, I'm gonna be the biggest glazer when, you know, Endfield appears. I'll be the biggest, like, CC about it. No, it's not that. It's just, I'm on the belief of let them do what they want already. You know, that we don't need that many cooks in the kitchen, really. So, yeah. I think that's kind of what I'll put. Ooh, 4 hours watch on a 1 hour video. I mean, I keep pausing and chatting with you guys. I hope it was a good video for you to watch. Very different take from whatever that you have seen, wherever that you see, really. But yeah, the reason why I'm watching this video is because I wanted to assess my own thoughts as well, and to think what I might want to say for Enfield, or whether it's in response to him, you know. So you won't see a review video first, you'll see a bit of a response first. The response will explain that I will do my own review later. But I just want the EN community to sort of understand that, like, you know, can we all just sit down and hold our horses for a little while, you know, and chill. So yeah. You believe that there will be not much change? Okay, let's also answer this. Wait, I'll say two things before I end the stream. Okay, two very big things. One, let me answer the, oh, but if we don't complain, they won't change much narrative. And two, the what exactly are you trying to do when you're in Enfield? At least to me, okay? I can be completely wrong. But I'll tell you what I think is the supposed vision for the game, okay? Because I keep throwing it around and I don't actually say what I think their vision is. So this whole thing about, oh, but if we don't say anything, they will never change, okay? Here's a little bit of number one. We're not Chinese. I'm Chinese, but what I'm trying to say is we're not from China. Okay? In truth, right? Us as a global gamer, we're a fucking small fry. Okay? We need to stop thinking that our voices matter, because our voices have never mattered in Arknights. I'm not saying they don't listen, okay? They would. But there are tons of people in the CN space that have already made their mark about the game. Do you get what I mean? I'm not saying that they don't want Enfield to succeed globally. They do. But unfortunately, their best feedback base has always been CN. Do they wish it was global? Sure, maybe after the game release. You know, but at this current point in time, our power is a little small. Okay, this is the realistic perspective. But let's ignore that part that I said, that we're not Chinese, okay? But rather, the thing is, there's already so much feedback that has been given in the past few months that I do believe if you want to say a criticism or whatever, go for it. I'm all for it. You guys should criticize all you want about the game. But where are we now? We're 7-8 months past the beta. That video that we just watched was not recent. That video we just watched was made in March. Right? So, how is it that we still want to criticize 8 months in? You get what I mean? How are we not in the we'll said our piece and we still want to make noise face? Right? So, to me, it's more so the time frame of when we're doing it. Most of the people who keep telling me right now, oh, we gotta criticize because, it's important for the game. I agree. Okay? It's done. Let's chill already. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you asked me this 4 or 5 months ago, let's do it. Do every single negative video as you wish. So, that's that. Alright? Then, but for me, myself, I personally didn't give my complaints or my compliments because to me, making a review when I finished the beta test, whether is it going to be for good or bad, didn't feel quite right to me. Simply because, like I said, a lot of the things that I want to see isn't quite there in the beta test. I was satisfied with the beta test. Actually, genuinely. I do see problems, but like I said, they were problems I would never find an answer to. I can only suggest, and the only time I'll see it fixed is in the base game. And the thing about seeing it fixed is that, why was it a problem in the first place in the beta? Because the beta can't show it. So, that's why I feel weird. I'm asking for something that I think is a problem, but in truth, they cannot reveal it in the beta. Right? They can't reveal to me how many activities in the game will give me free pool. They can't reveal to me what the end game in this game actually is. Right? Or how many combo of teams will there truly be. Right? How much secrets do you actually have? How much optional quests do you actually have? Right? All these are like game vitals that I won't see. But what I'm also trying to say is, to me personally, the core gameplay is really good. I think it's a bit clunky, but I don't think it's things that they can't fix. It's things that I think a lot of other people can say, oh, I don't like this part of the dodge. I wish I did more this in the combat. My voice is whatever. Because enough people have talked about it. And I personally didn't think it was a huge issue. So, I will try to present my perspective on, what I feel I want to see when the game releases. Now, again, some people might then go, why didn't you say it earlier? It's fine. They need to know what they're doing anyways. These are questions of, they're supposed to answer it for the official launch, not for the beta. So yeah. When do we think we'll see the Endfield vid? This month. How about that? I said it like a few months ago, I'll do it this month, and then I didn't. But let's say this month. Because I'm going to be actively doing it anyways. After watching the video, the more glaring issue is the factory. Oh, I agree. I also think the glaring issue might be the factory. Like, I found joy to it, but when I finished playing Endfield, my question was, in the real game, how will the base still feel significant? Because I was done building my base when the beta just ended. Like, I was officially done. My Outpost is funded constantly. So I was getting mad credits every time. And then I kind of just hang there with a, is that it? Type of thing. So, yeah, I agree. That's something I want to see how they actually rectify. And again, I don't feel like the answer will come in the form of a beta. That just comes in them thinking what is the replayable content for gacha gamers in this game in the future. So that's that. Okay, last one. Answer the question of CNCCs were invited to Hypergriff. Yeah. Also, the reason why I don't think we're that important in the EN space. Chinese content creators are so prioritized over there. They're well treated, man. They get invited for parties, for conventions, and stuff like that. We're not them. We won't get hurt as strongly as that. Okay, second thing. What do I think is the vision for Enfield? I don't think my answer is very long. It's very simple. Okay. Yes, Enfield has base, has combat, and whatnot. The one thing I don't think people think about is the grind. As with every live service game, as with every gacha game, the number one word we always say is grind, right? Like you have to grind for materials, you have to farm, you have to log in dailies, weekly. We say all these things, correct? People don't seem to realize Enfield is doing something very different from even Arknights, from any gacha games in general. A lot of the modern gacha games are solving this with auto farm. But that's more so on the 2D gacha games, where in the likes of Reverse, in the likes of is it Azurelane that does it? I can't remember. But they have skip stages, correct? So the trouble at hand is there's tons of materials in Enfield, and there's also tons of material in HSI and all the other things. But what this game is kind of trying to solve is they're asking you this question. If you care to build your factory, you care to build the world, what if every material that you need to collect, I will just let you automatically have it in your inventory? You get what I'm saying? Like, imagine your LMD, your EXP, your promotion material, every type of material, your gear. It's like AFK. You built your base already, you work so hard, you receive everything every time you log in. That's vastly different from how Genshin plays, vastly different from how Wuwa plays, isn't it? Then some of you might then sit there and say, wait, I'm not grinding, then what? Then the thing is, because there is less grind if you successfully do these things, it just means you'll have more time to play significant content in the game. Do you understand what I mean? Like, you can actually play more of the actual endgame stuff that the game will have. It's like how us playing AK, we play the stages, we quickly farm. AK is going to get true sweep soon. And if AK gets true sweep, you know what that means, right? More of you are going to have more time to play IS, more time to play RA. So when Enfield removes the grind part of the game, and it's interesting because they don't just remove it, right? There's a game to removing the grind, which is building your base. Every action in Enfield is meant to reward you. Do you understand what I mean? It's crazy if people complain there's too much game. That's the thing. The whole point of Enfield is it's possibly the first gacha game that has too much game and different genres of game existing in a single place. You have base building, you have combat, and you technically have tower defense, depending on how you see it. Because one of the things the guy didn't touch on is like the raid mode, right? He didn't touch on the raid mode, he didn't touch on the stage mode, the fixed direction stage, right? So there's actually tower defense in the game to a certain extent, right? So when there's so much hybrid, it's kind of crazy because you never see all this genre clash. And it just makes it such that it will be then very fascinating to see how they do it in total, right? There is no... Watch there be racing, but there's racing in the game. That's like a side thing. Of course, it's not like a core gameplay, And okay, also, the dungeons in this game, which is also not discussed in that, are pretty freaking amazing. Like, if that is what I'm gonna get for my first dungeons, what's gonna be my second? Like, have you seen the video that I made? The one of the... I made two videos. I made a laser one, right? And then I made another one of the maze where I got lost, right? People don't understand that Enfield gives a lot of dopamine. Of like, there's a lot of limited time things, but not they're just as like a pointless quest for you to complete. They genuinely make you feel like, again, you're in a game. You get to play a lot of things. So that to me is that vision of Enfield. I don't understand why is everyone sweating so hard on the combat, on the base. Like, okay, sweat all you want, say all the things you want, but you don't seem to realize that it's genuinely amazing just how much they're letting you do in this game. That is, I think, what is the point that lots of people need to start to understand. And I'll try to sort of perpetuate that somehow in the coming days. So I hope you'll get what I'm trying to say, right? The whole query cane thing is cool. I miss Enfield, by the way. I really do. I said that when I ended Enfield, and I think month on month, after having played Enfield, I still say the same thing. It's a very fascinating world. I didn't think I would fall in love with it, because it looks, on first sight, it looks very plain. But after a while, it just kind of looks familiar. Because it's like, I work kind of hard in this place, and I really like the place that I've been doing. So, yeah. People also don't talk about the lore. Oh, final thing. That review also don't discuss lore. And I get why he doesn't want to choose it, simply because maybe he doesn't read the story, or he doesn't think it's that established yet. The way to collect lore in this game is genuinely fascinating. It's not just pick up notes. It's not just like go from character to character. I think I showed this in one of my last few Enfield streams. The game really rewards you with spicy lore. That you are collecting story snippets in a way you don't see in other games. So yeah. Oh my god, the radio file was cool. They need to keep doing that. The audio transcript file that they did. So yeah. So I think that's all that I'm gonna say. Towards this whole Enfield thing. Do I think there's enough class identity in the game, just from my experience of the beta? Specialist, defender, guard, caster, medic. No, not medic. Supporter. And what's the last class? There's 6. What am I forgetting? How many have I named? No, I said specialist already. Specialist, supporter, caster, guard, defender. I'm missing someone. Is it caster? Wait, what? No, I've said caster, haven't I? Sniper. Is that sniper in the game? Oh, is it only 5? It's not 6? Oh, it's 5. There's no sniper in the game. Okay. 5 classes. Are they distinct? Yeah. I mean, we only have 14 characters, so it's kind of hard to say that they are similar. We don't have hybrid-looking things like a technician. But their role seems easy to understand. Supporter is meant to buff you. Caster is meant to deal us damage. Guard is meant to deal physical damage. And it's close combat. Caster is far range combat. And then defender is also close combat, actually. Specialist is not. Specialist is a hybrid of sniper. No, both the guard and the specialist are a bit of a hybrid of sniper. So yeah. But yeah, there's no true sniper in the game, which is a bit odd. Defender for survivability. Yes, I think the defenders are fine. I mean, there's only 2 defenders in the game, right? Snowshine and someone else. Tapan. There was not a 6-star defender. So yeah. Can't wait for Mech Accord to crash your device. That's Yvonne, no? Yvonne won't crash your device. Ember is a guard? Yeah, Ember's a guard. They added too many 6-star guards at the front. It was Ember, Leafem, and Administrator. Unless Ember is a defender and I thought wrong. Oh, Ember's a defender? Oh, oops, I thought wrong. Okay. Yeah. But oh wells. Alright, I will attempt to make all of these videos, as I stated, very, very soon. Whenever I film or make videos, I always do it on Twitch, unless, as I said just now, I might be doing more operator showcases, then both YouTube and Twitch gets to see it. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be filming more videos in my free time. And yeah, I hope you guys had a good stream. Very, very nice video to have watched. I'm thankful that you all named it. So yeah. Again, I will open viewer pools for Intellicia and Ezio soon. Tomorrow, I will tell you guys the time very soon as well. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed this video, this stream. Good night to you all. See you. What a day. What a day. Bye. Enjoy.